Just going to test the audio here. Sounds good on my end. If it sounds squirrely on y'all's end, please let me know. Howdy, Gerald. Thank you for joining us, my friend. This is going to be freaking nice. I am not even going to be kidding about that. Okay, everything sounds good on my end. Said I will be back, I guess, in about 20 minutes. So y'all just gonna hang out, get yourself some coffee, get some donuts, beverage of your choice, whatever it is that y'all need to get. And we're just gonna be ready for the show. This is gonna be freaking awesome. Got done with work a little bit earlier than I was expecting to, so here we are. You're about to fly back to America? Welcome, Savage Bot. Said y'all just take it easy. I'm gonna go get a little bit of breakfast, get some coffee. Your favorite bot got up, decided to start engaging in misinformation at about 1 o'clock this morning. Got all my paperwork done for work today, just so I can make sure I'd be able to do this and then stream some Baldur's Gate 3 after the fact with no interruptions, no other obligations, except for you, my carbon-based life forms. Y'all the only obligations I've got today. Looking forward to it. Snacks good, coffee next, absolutely. Mrs. Bot has decided to go and get me, your favorite bot, some coffee because my dumb self, well, I guess it's all relative, right? My dumb self got up at about, I don't know, 1:30 o'clock this morning, got all my paperwork done for work, and now we're going into this. And once the showcase is done, I'm planning on streaming the ever-living dog crap out some Baldur's Gate 3 after the fact, so this will be a long day, but it's 100% going to be worth it. And thank you all very much for joining the stream. If you haven't already, click that like button. Let's get this, let's get the channel pushed up a little bit in the YouTube search algorithm. Now let's see how many carbon-based life forms and how many likes we can get. iSpot, thank you very much for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you. I ain't figured out how to make OBS do an announcement, but I just got the notification through the YouTube app. So I appreciate you. Thank you for joining. Glad to have you. What's up, Savage Bot, my second favorite bot? Feeding the baby? Yeah, you gotta feed the baby, man. If I don't feed the baby, bad things happen. Alright, I'm gonna get some coffee. I will be back. If any other carbon-based life forms come in, please remind them to press that like button. I'll be back momentarily. From one bot to another, I have zero problem whatsoever with automation in any way, shape, or form. And if it has to do with botly love, we're going to make it happen. Dee Dee's face is handsome. I appreciate it. Thank you for the subs and welcome to the stream. Glad to have you. Now for real, I'm going to go AFK and get some coffee and get this thing started. I appreciate you. First, I need to give you a new sub, so 1 new sub. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. The goal is to hit 600 subscribers by the end of the month, and we are well on our way, and then the grind to 1,000 starts. So I appreciate y'all's support. Now, thank y'all for sharing the showcase with me. I appreciate you, wonderful humans. Oh, ignore the DD faces? I do my best to ignore my own face. You ain't got nothing to worry about. 4 new subs. Let's go, PutinBot. Indeed. Alright. You well on your way, brother. Hey, I appreciate y'all's support. I mean, without y'all, I don't know. What? Lag? No. Stop lagging. Okay, this lag is on Larian's end. It is not on mine. Come on, Larian, fix your stream. Fix your stream, Larian. Six new subs. I will take every subscriber that you throw my way. New subs, better hit that button. Yeah, no doubt. All right, I'm gonna go get some coffee now. I'll be right back. Rizzo, keep the new humans entertained when they show up. I thought I heard Mrs. Bot come back with that wonderful life juice, but she has yet to make an appearance. So in the meantime, if y'all would do me a favor, share this link with y'all's communities. Let's see how many carbon-based life forms we can get in here, and encourage them to push that like and that subscribe button. Alright, let's see what we got going on here. What's up? We started off stream like 15 likes and 8 new subs. Definitely wasn't me. Fighting a change to Windows Server 2019. It's got its Skynet, want to be 1 and 0 crossed. It's observed how many alts I have though. Doesn't think it should be doing weekly backups, but will let me set up daily. 4 more subs for Putin to hit 600. PutinBot definitely needs the subs, man. He's pushed out great BG3 content, getting major plays. Did you share in our Discord? Yep, Rizzo, I sure did. Yep, shared on Discord, shared on Twitter, and now I'm going to be sharing on Truth Social, and I'm going to be sharing on Threads, all the places. Wherever there is a warm-blooded carbon-based life form, or hell, at this point, I'll take a cold-blooded carbon-based life form that has access to a like, and more importantly, to a subscribe button. Your favorite bot is there. I am there. I ain't got no shame. You know that. One day, Rizzo, I'm going to be a real YouTuber just like you. Got this link shared on Threads. I'm not sure how much I like Threads, just being honest. Yeah, real YouTuber. Says you got 597 subs. Yeah, I just got like 8 or 9 of them just now. That was freaking amazing. YouTube is probably like, what? Where in the hell is this bot getting all these subscribers from? Alright, so that's done. Let's go to Truth Social. I figure that's one thing everyone, regardless of politics, can get behind is a good quality video game. Just saying. That's the one thing that can unite everybody, is just crushing pixels. Who the hell doesn't like to crush pixels? Just being honest. So here, Truth Social. Got this shared on Trump's website. Got shared on Elon's website. We got shared on Zuck's website. I ain't proud. I'll go wherever. Interesting increase. Yeah, no doubt. Huh, I gotta go let the dog in. Be right back. All right, I am back. My dog, true story about my dog. He is pushing up on 18 years old. He's blind as a bat. He's deaf. But, I mean, that dog, he's like the Energizer Bunny. He just will not stop. And whenever it snows, he loves to go out and just play in the snow. He can't see a damn thing, mind you. But he will go out in that snow and he'll play in it, roll around in it. And he has arthritis, so he knows he's going to be paying the price for it, but he don't care. Gerald has shared your stream across the Discord he has. I appreciate Gerald. Yeah, Mrs. Bot, when I got up this morning, she's like, what are you doing? So I'm going to work. And she's like, no, Putin, do you understand what time it is? I said, oh, honey, I know exactly what time it is. It's time to get this freaking day done so I can stream the ever-living hell out of some Baldur's Gate 3 after the panel. And I'm going to ride this hype train all the way to 1,000 subs and beyond. That's what your favorite bot's going to do by bringing a lot of personality and mediocre comments and content. Comments and content. How about that? Try saying that 3 times fast and you're sleep deprived. Mrs. Bot needs to hurry up with that coffee. I mean, this is seriously killing me. Yeah, but God bless her. You know, I was just going to go upstairs and make a coffee, and she was like, no, with what you're trying to do today, you need to get a real strong brew coffee. So she's going to some little coffee shack here in town. And she's supposed to be bringing me a high content, strong brew coffee. And I'm thankful for it. Just by this point, I think I could probably had 2 or 3 weak ones and been done. Oh yeah, nope, I agree. No, and she's just like, no, Putin said, you understand this is a video game, right? I said, yeah, I understand that, but you don't understand. I've been waiting for Baldur's Gate 3 to be released for 23 years. That's how long it's been between the release of Baldur's Gate 3 and Baldur's Gate 2. And I, for one, am excited as hell. Not gonna lie. I told her, I said, I'm pretty sure that I like Baldur's Gate 3 more than I like you. That's how the fight got started. But you know, that's okay. It's only 10 p.m. here, trying to go back to America. Nope, I get it. I gets it. Let's see here. Let's see what the old YouTube is saying. Yeah, so it went from 588 subscribers at the start of the stream to 597. So I appreciate the massive influx. I'll take it. I ain't proud. Your flight's at 12 a.m. Yeah, you're in the Philippines right now, ain't you, Savage? Well, I hope that you have yourself a very safe and uneventful flight. Let's see how many likes the stream's got now. We're up to 16 likes. Hell yeah, let's take it. Let's do this. We got 7 people watching, 16 likes. I do believe that is a record for the likes. I'll be stepping away for just a minute and I'll be right back. Larian, stop lagging. Fix your damn stream, Larian. Come on, y'all are a major gaming studio. The least y'all can do is get some good internet. If I'm able to upgrade my internet here in Podunk, Montana, y'all can sure as hell get some high-speed internet where you are in Europe. That little spinny wheel thing y'all got going on, that needs to stop. Just saying, that needs to stop. Get some good internet, Larian. Just saying. Do like I did. Fire T-Mobile. Get yourself some good cable internet. Hell, frankly, and is better than T-Mobile. A carrier pigeon is better than T-Mobile. Smoke signals are better than T-Mobile internet. Snail mail is better than T-Mobile internet. So if y'all are using T-Mobile, Larian, do yourselves a favor, fire them bastards and get yourself some real internet. I'm telling you, just walk away from them, walk away. It ain't worth it. And fix this fuzziness. Fix your damn bit rate, Larian. This is bad. Fix your stream, Larian. Yes, Savage, you sure as hell did break the record with your alts. I sure did, Rizzo. I said snail mail. So, I mean, no, true story. Kirk already knows this. The last few times I tried to do a live stream, I was using T-Mobile internet, and my upload speed was less than half of a meg. It was horrible. I couldn't even do it. I couldn't live stream at all. And whenever I recorded a video and then just tried to upload it, like say Raid Shadow Legends video, say about a 10 to 15 minute video, it would take 2 to 3 hours for it to upload. So then your favorite bot got some smarts. I fired them, and I went to Spectrum Internet. That's the cable company here in the middle of nowhere, Montana. And it is infinitely better. And so I just did a speed test. My upload speed is about 20 megs right now, a little bit better than half of a meg, and the download speed's about 300. So this fuzziness, this crap ain't on my end, so I apologize for this. Larian, get your damn house in order. Get your hamster some coffee, do what you gotta do, but fix this. This is bad. T-Mobile Wi-Fi is absolute shit. Yes, I agree. Get awesome. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you. Hey, y'all do me a favor. All you humans that have YouTube channels, go ahead and drop your links. Drop y'all's links right now, and y'all go subscribe to each other while waiting for the show to get started. I don't know what the hell is going on here. Let's see. I'm going to see if I can just refresh this. I'm on Larian's stream right now. I'm just going to close that out. Let's see if we can refresh this and make it not look like complete garbage. Yeah, that was weird. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Running with the direct line to 1 gigabyte copper. No one's here mostly, so it's nice and mostly quiet. That's a nice problem to have. Yeah, but I'm serious, y'all. Go ahead and drop y'all's links. Y'all go subscribe to each other. Y'all go show each other some love. And I'm just going to hope that Larian's able to fix their mess they got going on here. This is fuzzy. Oh well. At least it's working. At least we can see it. At least it's streaming. Larian, get yourself some better hamsters. Go to the store, get yourself some hamsters, maybe feed the ones that y'all have already got. I'm seeing links popping up and going through. I appreciate y'all doing that. Appreciate y'all supporting each other. Excited to get new internet Monday, hoping to be able to stream and upload at a much higher quality and speed. Just a friend. I think I've already subscribed to you. No, I ain't subscribed to you, just a friend. Well, I just fixed that. Now, I apologize again for the fuzziness. That's nothing I can do on my end. That is on Larian's end. So hopefully it'll clear up soon. They just have a crap ton of people watching. I mean, the IGN is covering this. PC Magazine's covering this. A lot of the big boys are covering this. And so, I mean, I can imagine just how much bandwidth that is just being siphoned, just going through this. Yo, rated Saint and Whisper. Man, I like that guy. I've been on a couple of his streams, and he's just a fun guy. I have too many alts to have subbed, and it's unnecessary. Well, Savage, I do appreciate the sub bomb that you dropped on me. Like I said, you know, if you're coming for misinformation, and I guess it also includes botly subs, this is the place to come. I mean, you know, why not? Us bots have got to stick together. We do it one algorithm, one social network platform, and one thought experiment at a time. That's what we do here. Well, brother, I'm giggling. Yeah, it's crazy, man. YouTube is so weird. I was looking at my analytics, and I'm pushing up on an average of between 20 to 40,000 views every month, and I'm on track to break 6,000 watch hours by the end of October. And just trying to find a way just to coax these carbon-based life forms to press the subscribe button has been a challenge. 3 more to 600. Yeah, buddy, once I get 600, that's when the grind to 1,000 really starts. Hoping to get there by the end of the year. One more place. Wacky, welcome to the stream, my friend. Glad to have you. The showcase will be getting started soon. Your favorite bot is waiting on Mrs. Bot to bring in some coffee. I apologize for the fuzziness. That's on Larian's end. I imagine there's just so many people tuned in watching this. I can 100% guarantee y'all that Baldur's Gate 3 is going to hit Game of the Year. There's not a doubt in my mind. I was just going through doing some reading. If you're just doing just a general playthrough without doing all the things, they're figuring to be about 75 to 100 hours to beat the game. Just not doing any side quests, just going through it. But if you're trying to do everything, at a minimum, expect to spend $200 on a single. $200, that'd suck. 200 hours on a single playthrough. Baki's alive, y'all. Listen, my pixelated self has been up for 8 hours and my day's just getting started, so hell yeah, I want to get some coffee. Mrs. Bot's slacking. Let's see here. Zelda, Diablo, and Spider-Man at the end of the year. It's going to be tough competition, but I think BG3 can do it. This game is huge. Willery came in trolling me. I'm pretty sure this year or last year, Rizzo, can't remember. Easy on the 200 hours. I explore everything. Side quests, sorcerer should be my nickname. Really, Jaheim, really? But also, I have the game on the PS5. Y'all hit that like button for Putin. Hell yeah, hit that like button. This stream was sponsored by Karnak, so we can push them up in the algorithm. Y'all, I appreciate it. Appreciate the support. Apologize for the fuzziness, but there's not a freaking thing I can do about that. Mage CO, if I'm man and druid and I learn magic, initiate wizard, can I learn spells from scrolls? Mage, I honestly don't have a clue. I do not know. I have never tried. I don't know what a Karnak, but we welcome Karnak. Carbage, you mean. Thank y'all again for stopping by. I appreciate it. I'm going to fire up the old work email too. Send this out to some of my gamer friends there who are at the horsey piddle today. Yes, I said horsey piddle. It's a technical term. Nightbot is drunk. Nightbot's is a moron. Mage gave you something to do now, Putin. Yeah, he sure did. Any chance Pact of the Blade gets buffed to some Hexblade features? I'm willing to bet on it, Charles. I'd be very surprised if it didn't. I know there's going to be a whole lot of homebrew stuff that's going to be revealed in this showcase, and I'm willing to bet you that'd be one of them. If for some reason it doesn't, I can guarantee you that some intrepid modder out there will fix that problem. I think Zelda's Game of the Year, but there'll be a bunch of games that get noms that would have deserved the victory in a different year. I'm Nightbot immune because he's doo-doo. Yeah, Nightbot's a moron. I'm immune to Cold Snap. Nightbot isn't. Not gonna lie, I would be juiced if Zelda gets it. I'm a big Nintendo fan. The last Zelda game I played was A Link to the Past on the Super Nintendo. That's how old I am. Alright, they got their carbon-based life forms coming in all their fuzzy glory. Good morning, Crystal. Thank you for joining. I appreciate it. Y'all say hello to Ray Ray for me. Link to the Past, one of your favorites? Yeah, man, that game is awesome. Thank y'all again for coming by and supporting the stream. Your favorite bot, the master of misinformation, your favorite pixelated life form, appreciate y'all. Alright. I think I'm subscribed to Will. I don't know. Let me check and see. Y'all drop y'all's links. Let's cross-pollinate while we're here. Nightbot, why the hell are you deleting stuff? Nightbot, you're fired. Nightbot, you're pissing me the hell off. I'm about to fire you. Nightbot says, stop spamming emotes. It's all about cross-pollination, Rizzo. Nightbot's an idiot. I've used Nightbot. His default emote limit is punitive. Yeah, I have to go in and change that. Nightbot's just being just a complete and total snot at this point. I'm hoping... I have no doubt this is just going to be crazy. I'm hoping that they reveal, they being Larian reveals when they're going to start sending the digital keys out for the deluxe edition, because I'm going to be giving that away, and I'd rather give away sooner rather than later. Thanks, this should be very entertaining. Welcome, Plague Bane, glad to have you. Sorry again for the fuzziness. Like I said, this is on Larian's end. I can't fix this. I just tested my internet and it's running like a scalded dog. So, apologies again for the fuzziness. Y'all go ahead and post all y'all's links again. There's a bunch of new humans that are here that wasn't here earlier when y'all did it the last time. Putin, our family adores you. Well, I adore your family. One day I hope to actually get to meet y'all face to face. Y'all are good folks. 599 subs. One more to 600. Hell yeah, that's a record. The most subs that I got in one day before, that I got up till now, was 10 in one day. And so I appreciate y'all for coming through and making that happen. Next step will be the road to 1,000. Nightbot needs to stop being such a tool. Willery says he's immune to Nightbot after Nightbot put him in the corner. Yeah, Will, I'm with Rizzo on that one. I think he just gave you a tonsillectomy through your colon. Yeah, welcome back. I wonder if I get Nightbot to put me in timeout. Alright, y'all, I'll be right back. The missus is calling. 2.5 minutes to go. It's what you like to see. Like if Larian could fix their freaking stream, but I mean, that's too much to ask for. But hey, at least we're here. Will, if you start making content focused around Karnak, that'll make Rizzo's head blow up. Alright, y'all, so set another record. We got 24 likes on this stream. Larian stream is 20 seconds ahead. Watch your time. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Circles me in the network of fans. He can't do it because Karnak gonna get wrecked. No doubt they're getting comments on the blurriness of the feed. Do its fun, creative outlet and way to learn a lot of new skills. Karnak is a gangster. Yeah, I'm looking at Larian's feed in a couple of different places. I think there's just so many people tuned in. I think that's just killing their bandwidth. Been taking Willery to make content. His Jamaican accent tone will draw a crowd. Done with AQ. Just on time. All right, 6 seconds. All right, y'all, I'm just shut up now. Let's watch this. Thank y'all again for coming by. I appreciate each and every one of you carbon-based life forms.
So it's just a few spells that didn't make it.
How can you forget a bunch of spells in the last update?
They fell out. It's a big list.
How does spell fall out?
Literally, out of a picture, they just didn't make it.
What did you forget?
Shields.
What else?
Scene visibility. Arcane lock.
Arcane lock?
No. Arcane lock.
It's a kind of practical joke. The door's locked.
No?
Door's closed. Anybody?
Kieran?
Maybe it's locked. Kieran.
Hey.
Hey. Kieran. Hello. Hello. KK.
He's dead.
He's not dead.
Wait. I'm proficient in medicine? I can tell. I think Kieran's dead.
Gentlemen, I think there's a murder among us. Just hurry up, quick. All right, that should be good. Come on. Any signal? No. Nothing? think we're safe.
I knew it! It was you!
Me?
Yes!
It was him!
How can it be me?
I don't know, but we gotta go. It's Pal from Hell time.
Now?
Yeah! He's a producer. He can fix himself. Come, we gotta go. We gotta go, Nick. We gotta go. It's time. It's Pal from Hell time. We
It's
gotta go.
fine. I'll be right over. I'll just indeed, put this back in. Like this. And then cover it up with this. And I'll be all right.
Few mortals ever glimpse what you're about to see. But don't be alarmed. I'm here with you. Now, open your eyes.
You are the chosen one.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to panel from Hell number 8. The last panel from Hell that we'll ever do for Baldur's Gate 3, because the game is about to be released in less than a month from now on August 3rd. We know we surprised you all with our early announcement of the earlier release date, something we've never done in our careers. But then again, the game was already actually delayed, and we just moved it a little bit earlier. Why did we move it earlier? Well, it is because we disconnected the release of our console versions from our PC version, and that allows us to release the PC version a little bit earlier. To get all the practicalities out of the way, what does that mean? That means that the game is coming to everybody on early access 4 weeks earlier instead of the 3 days that we said initially. You're going to get it on August 3rd. You will be able to play all of Baldur's Gate 3 and have an incredible adventure. It's going to come on 6th of September to PS5 and then other platforms, which we actually haven't officially announced, and therefore I will not announce officially right now, are going to be later when we are finished with the optimizations. We're working hard on them. We wanted to sim ship, didn't work out. Shit happens. It is what it is. This is It is what it is. This is development. But speaking of development, this has been a development of 6. They are incredibly proud and can be incredibly proud of what they have accomplished. And my job here today is to guide you through a journey of what Baldur's Gate 3 is. I can only show you a very small slice of this enormous game that has so much content, that has so much permutations, and that respects your identity so much, that tries to offer you so much consequence to the choices that you're going to be making. I'm going to be joined by a whole bunch of people here, but before I do that, we are going to talk a little bit about the Digital Deluxe Edition, because I forgot that one. The Digital Deluxe Edition is coming to everybody who bought the game in early access. So you're going to get all of that content for free. You're not going to have to buy anything. You're going to get the Digital Bard Song Pack, the exclusive dice, Treasures from Revelon, Adventurer's Pouch, and a bunch of bonus digital content, all for free, because you supported us so much during early access, and we cannot thank you enough. This game would not have been possible the way that it is now if it wouldn't have been 3 years in early access. And actually, I don't know if you've been counting, but last Sunday it was 1,000 days in early access, which is a very long time. It took us a long time to finish it. There was obviously a few accidents in the universe around us that didn't help in this, but we are now at the end of the journey, and we are very, very proud. So, we're going to be joined by a bunch of people. I'm going to kick off with a video which is going to talk about character creation, and then we will have a chat about the stuff that you saw. There's a lot of new things for you to discover. So let's get started with this character creation video. Cue it.
Every choice that you make in character creation has an influence on the way the story will play later. Before you even start the game is ready to react to you based upon the character that you have created.
First and foremost, we of course adding some new races, which is long-awaited half-orcs and dragonborns with some of the unique customization options. And I'm really happy with how our dragonborns currently look and animate.
We will teach you everything you need to know to hit the ground running with a character that you feel happy to play.
It's not a superficial engine. You aren't just making aesthetic choices about your character, you're defining their identity. So if you choose your class, your race, your pronouns, any of these things that you choose in there, they will be not only honored through the game, but they will impact your experience.
Classes are very central to the process of playing D&D. For us, it was super important to hit the class fantasy.
For release, Baldur's Gate's class system is stupidly deep now. We've got 12 classes, 46 subclasses.
On average, every class has 3 subclasses. But with Cleric and Wizard, they have 7 subclasses and 8 subclasses, respectively. And also you can mix and match them, for all of them. Multi-classing is a feature in our game.
Within that, we've tried our best to include as much content from Player's Handbook as possible. I think we've got something over 600 spells and actions available to the player, so you're never going to be short for options. One thing we wanted to make sure was that every class and subclass has a toolkit they feel like they're not being shortchanged on at all.
One of the brilliant things about this game is that when you make a choice about your class, it isn't purely a gameplay choice. It won't just affect combat, but it will actually affect the dialogues. For example, I know with the Warlock class, we've done a lot of work to develop how that will interact with dialogue choices. So you now have the option to call on your patron to get some insight, some advice in situations that might lend you an advantage.
Probably the best example of how your class can impact the storyline is that every druid character or characters with animal-speaking spells can talk to every animal in the game. There are dozens and dozens of animal-based conversations and quest lines that you just wouldn't be able to access if you weren't playing as that class.
If you're a barbarian, your whole skill set lends itself to being loud and just using force. What class you've picked will change how you experience the game throughout.
All right, so for surprise number 1 of the night, we have completely revamped character creator. We're going to chat a little bit with Elena, who's our lead character artist, with Adam, one of our lead writers, well, the lead writer actually, Crystal, associate lead writer, and Nick, who is our lead systems designer. So we'll start with you, Nick. No, we'll start with you, Elena. We are going to start making a custom character. We're going to have a look at all of the new options that are there, and at the same time, we're going to explore the new character creation screen. Let's start with the elf, I believe.
Yeah, so here you can see our beautiful racial lineup. And some of you already has spotted some new races, which we're gonna dive into. Yeah. But maybe before that, we can also show you what we added.
So let's do maybe for each race, let's show one new customization option as we progress. So let's start with elves. What would you customize on elves if you would start?
So for elves, I wanna show you our kind of skin customization options. So we added maturity, which is a slider, which can make you a bit older. We have freckles and freckles intensity, so you can really be unique in your look. And we of course have vitiligo pigmentation.
All right, cool. All right, let's move on. Let's have a look at the next one.
All right.
Tieflings.
Tieflings, yeah. So some of you might have guessed, but we've added horn customization. Well, you already could customize how your horns look, but now you can customize your horn color and even your horn tip color.
All right.
Shall we get this purple?
Yeah.
Right.
I like the purple horn.
Yeah.
All right. Coolest. All right, let's move onwards.
Okay. Drow character. So for Drow character, we can show you some of the scarring options that we have. And not only we added some additional customization option, but as you can see now, you can actually see what you customize.
Okay.
So there are some beautiful icons.
All right. Excellent. All right, let's move forward.
Right, humans. So what we want to showcase for humans is actually more hair options. So now it's a really long list to scroll, and you can finally see what you're picking as well, because
the hair in the
so
game
many options.
is really, really special and amazing. But it's a lot of work, right, to get every single hair in there?
The work is like really intense. One hairstyle can take a lot of time because you basically hand place in each and every hair, like in the place, in the position. It's much harder than, doing like a hairdo.
I can imagine. All right, let's move onwards.
All right. Githyanki.
My favorites.
Yeah. Actually, let's go
my
with
second
the,
favorites now.
Yeah.
You changed that.
With Githyanki, well, I wanted to show our hair coloring options as well. So this is something that we added in early access. So you can have 3 hair colors. You can have your natural hair color, you can have your highlight, and then you can have grain color. And we're adding more colors on release, actually. So it's gonna give you the opportunity to, have a 3-colored hair.
All right. Okay, let's move forward.
All right, dwarfs. Well, of course, I want to showcase some facial hair for the dwarfs. There are a couple of extra options if you want to pick them. Some nice bushy beards.
The bushy beard.
Yeah. Some silly beards, of course.
I like that one. Let's go for that one.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on.
All right. Half-elf. So with half-elf, actually I want to showcase the body type.
True.
Yeah. We haven't shown the body type. So now not only you can be, well, just the regular body type, but also the strong body type. Finally.
Indeed. Yeah. Buff. All right, move onwards.
All right, halflings. For halflings, well...
It's halflings. You want to throw them around. I mean, that's literally the thing with halflings, right?
I would imagine
what
so.
I prefer even overthrowing halflings? Your next one.
Drone gnomes. Yeah,
absolutely.
Exactly.
With gnomes, so they are really, really easy to throw away. All right.
Indeed. We can show you one extra thing that we've added to our body art tab, which is piercings, which are also available for all of the races.
Okay, cool. All right, you've been busy. Go ahead. What else do you have? You have orcs there?
Half orcs, yes.
Oh, they look very cool.
Yeah. So with half orcs, I do recommend going with everything, add a tattoo, add a piercing design, and obviously you can't have a half orc without a good scar. So let's go with that.
All right, very cool. Okay, let's move onwards to the race that everybody's been playing ever since we introduced it here in the studio.
Hey, are you guys ready?
Absolutely.
Drum roll.
Let's go. Definitely.
Show them.
Dragonborns. Here they are. So Dragonborns is actually our most technically challenging race because other races are humanoids. These guys are reptiles. Took insane amount of efforts to get them right, to make their scales perfect, to color them. Like it's been truly a journey making these guys.
Very long one, but they look fantastic.
Yeah.
And you can customize a lot about your dragon heads, right?
Yeah, there are a couple of attachments you can pick from, and all of the attachments work on all of the heads. Mm-hmm. And of course, there is a skin color, which, we added a bunch of very exciting options for you guys. There are metallic skin colors, like kind of duochrome skin colors. But what we added on top of that is for a white dragonborns, we added pearlescence effect.
I can't even pronounce it, but I love it. It's really, really cool.
Adds like this special sheen to you.
All right.
Makes you especially cool.
All right. And can you switch genders?
Yes.
See. Okay, cool. Can you zoom in? Mm-hmm. All right. They're so cool. I mean, I've been playing with Dragonborn the entire time. I was a Shadow Monk Dragonborn today. It was really, really cool. All right.
Something we forgot to mention, there is a heterochromia now. So your eyes could be a different color.
Another word I can't pronounce.
All right. And, for one subclass, we also added like a special kind of like touch for Dragonborns, because you might you might have a question like how the Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer would look if you're a Dragonborn, because normally you would get Draconic scales, but you're covered in scales. So what did we do? So for that,
Sorcerer.
so we added a special pattern that also changes color depending on your ancestry.
Yeah.
So you can truly be like a duochrome Dragonborn, and then you can throw in a Draconic Bloodline pattern and like be, the prettiest member of your party.
It's absolutely amazing what character our team has done on this. They look fantastic. Merits a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's really, really good. Thank you. All right, so our team outdid itself. Can't be trumped anymore unless Systems team has something up their sleeves. Jumping to Nick. Nick,
thanks.
Maybe let's start with it. Why did we change character creation from what was in early access?
If you played early access and you're watching the stream now, you will recognize that the whole layout has changed. So one of the things we really wanted to do is to make sure that anybody who didn't play D&D before, didn't play Larian games before, they still had a good time, they still had a comfortable time. There is a lot of new information, and we tried to present it in steps, in bite-sized pieces that you can go through step by step, creating your character in a very clear manner.
Yep, okay, well, take us through it. What do we get?
Well, something I wanted to talk about are the classes. You mentioned that Systems has a few things. Yeah, 46 things is the number of subclasses that we're shipping at release. And we try to make sure that for every class, no matter which class is your favorite class, at release there's going to be a new subclass for you to play, some new play style that you can enjoy. For example, if you really like Paladins, one of the new oath for them is the Oath of Vengeance. So you don't have to be just the knight in shining armor anymore. You can be out for revenge.
All right. Well, maybe give us a small tour of the subclasses. Like if for each class, just mention which subclasses are and just cycle through them. Because Team Animation has also done something very special when it comes to the character creation. So if you take a bard, for instance.
Yes, the classes now introduce themselves very nicely. We're trying to really get you into the fantasy of a class and communicate what the class is, even without the text on the screen. Just by looking at it, you understand what the druid is going to be about in nature, right?
All right. So which subclasses are you most excited about?
I'm most excited about the subclass that is not in character creation. It's going to come a little bit later, but it's a Gloomstalker Ranger. It's a sneaky, shooty type that I'm really enjoying playing, actually.
All right. So it's coming later because that's per the Dungeons and Dragons rules, so
yes,
you don't
indeed.
get to pick everything at the beginning of the game.
Yes. So some classes get their subclass at level 2 or level 3.
Yeah, okay, but they're all present. So 48 classes is really a lot to choose from. So if I'm playing the game and I make a mistake here,
yes.
Like what's going to happen? Like, do I need to restart the game or what?
So we wanted to avoid players having to restart the whole game because it's a very heavily narrative experience. And there's a character that you might meet, you will most likely meet, that will allow you to reset your class.
Okay.
And just reinvest all of the levels. This also allows you to really experiment with multiclassing, which is a new feature that we're also shipping at release.
Mm-hmm.
In multiclassing, there are a lot of really cool combinations. There are some combinations that don't quite work, and we want the players to really experiment with what is possible. And respec really helps with that.
Yeah, I've been fooling around with it. I've been very bad at multiclassing, I have to say. There's some really crazy combinations for very stupid reasons, but I had a lot of fun with it. All right, so that is the classes. So once we've figured out what class we have, we jump then to backgrounds. Backgrounds that shape together with class and racial choices what dialogue options you're going to have. And you, Crystal, your team has been very active on introducing those.
They have. They've been very diligent on it. You spent your first 6 hours of the game making this beautiful, complex character. You pick your class, you pick your race, you pick everything down to the eyelashes, whatever you want, and then you put them in the game. And you want the world to react to your identity that you've put out there. You've expressed yourself. The game has to recognise that. So what we noticed was you could be a an alien Githyanki sorcerer, a drow warlock, a dragonborn bard, and you're just wandering into the elf song, and you sit down, and no one has anything to say about that. That doesn't make any sense.
I agree.
So we went all the way through Act 1 to Act 3, and we made sure that we built in the reactivity to all the dialogues and in the moments where it would matter.
And it's not only reactivity, it's actually also full permutations of situations that was added to it. So somebody told me that when we calculate the word count and the line count that went into Act 1 into early access, and we compare it to today, your team has added over 1/3, 33% more lines in there. Is that correct?
I'm afraid that it is.
Is this because you've been talking to the finance team about the budget for all the voice recording and the cinematics and the motion?
No comment.
Okay, well, good. But it is actually, I have to say, I played through. I've been playing a lot, but I mean, I've played through as a gift druid, and it was a completely different experience as if I was playing with my drow. So I was really impressed actually by how much has been added and how much deeper it feels now as a result as an experience. All right, so we've got one person left on the stage. We have something new, which is the origin characters. Nick, can you jump to the beginning of the tab, which we didn't talk about yet?
The
Adam,
first tab.
Explain.
Yeah, so you can create your custom character. You can also meet a lot of people on your adventure that you can recruit. So if you've played early access, I know you've met Asterion, I know you met Shadowheart, you've now met Karlach. You can also play as these people. So when you meet Asterion, there are things about him that you don't know, that he keeps close to his chest. You usually find out what they are when he tries to bite you. And then you think, oh my God, how did I not see it? He's a vampire. If you play as Asterion, you are the vampire. So you know from the very beginning of the game that you're a vampire. So you can bite people.
So if I'm Shadowheart.
If you're Shadowheart,
and I got this big secret.
Yeah.
Big secret.
Very
not, not on my armor at all.
No, it's not. It's hidden.
Because I've played all the way to Act 2 and she didn't tell me.
She didn't tell you her big secret.
She didn't
It's because she doesn't like you. But
I think she likes me.
She doesn't like you. Okay. We'll talk about that later.
I may have done things that would have caused her not to trust me, but anyway, let's not talk about that.
So if you were Shadowheart,
yes,
then you may not trust the people around you either. So you may not tell them your big secret.
I get that option?
You have the option. You can tell them. You can decide, I think it's time to tell them. And depending on how much they like you, they may react well, they may react badly.
So, okay, well, take that one step further. There's a particularly nasty vampire spawn that is present in my party.
That's Asterion, spoilers, but yeah.
Spoiler alert from now on. There's going to be a few spoilers. I'll try to tell you whenever there's going to be a spoiler, right? So, but in general, just cut the
assume it is.
Because there will be spoilers, all right? So, just saying.
So
don't tell you weren't warned. All right.
So you're Shadowheart.
No.
Oh.
No, you're
You
Shadowheart.
look like Shadowheart.
You are Shadowheart. You're Shadowheart.
I'm Shadowheart, yeah.
I'm Astarion.
Okay.
And so, well, hold on, wait, first, reverse roles. I was Shadowheart. You're not Astarion. Astarion is there. He's there, right? Astarion, in my playthrough, when he was recruited as a companion, tried to bite me.
Did he?
All right.
Yeah.
He did. Yeah. So, and I let him. It was all fun. And I died. Anyway, so switch around now.
Yeah.
I'm Astarion.
Yeah.
You're Shadowheart.
Are you hungry?
Fuck yeah. I've been sitting in the suit this entire day. What do you expect?
But yes, you can. The things that Asterion does as a companion, you can do as Asterion.
So I can bite you.
You can not now. But the other thing is that Asterion knows things about his past that you have to get out of him if he's a companion. He may open up to you. He may tell you these things. If you're him, you know them already, obviously.
That's a completely different perspective.
It's a completely different perspective. You go through the world and you see different things. You have different lines of dialogue. People react to you differently. But also, sometimes when you go to sleep at night, you might remember things, or you might have haunting dreams or nightmares about your past.
I know why you said that.
I did say that for a reason.
We got a video.
Roll video.
The forest, dark, cold, foreboding.
Hello? Anyone there?
First, thou shalt not drink the blood of thinking creatures. Second, thou shalt obey me in all things.
Where are you? Show yourself!
Third, Thou shalt not leave my side unless directed.
Your heart pounds, but you're ready. He's going to regret coming for you.
Fourth, thou shalt know that thou art mine. 3, lie to yourself, boy, but not to me. You are mine forever.
All right, so I think that is really amazing. It's something I'm super proud of the writing team for having managed to pull this off, because you tell stories in first person, you tell stories in third person, right? When you replay the game, you can have a completely different experience. We could have a multiplayer session where I'm Shadowheart, you're Astarion, you're going to be, who would you be?
Liza.
Liza.
Obviously Dark Urge.
We haven't announced them yet.
Spoilers, everybody.
Way to go, Crystal. Way to go. All right. So, speaking of...
It was on the screen.
Speaking of Dark Urge, I guess we're going to show something on Dark Urge, right?
Yeah.
Because you just spoiled it. All right, let's cut to a video of Dark Urge, and then you can speak all you want about Dark Urge. Well, with limits. All right, let's go for that.
The Dark Urge is a fully customizable Origin avatar character. You can play as whatever species, class, build, appearance, gender that you would like to, and still have the character's origin story working on top of that. It's an avatar-only character, so it means it's just a character that you can play as, and you don't know what this character is. This character is someone who's waking up and the only feelings that they have are the bile of their liver, the gushing of their blood in their ruined body, telling them you're going to kill and kill again. The Dark Urge, in a lot of ways, is a dark counterpoint to the main storyline. Play with the concept of why are we always so compelled to do terrible things in video games in the first place?
For my first full playthrough at launch, I think I would probably play the Dark Urge. I'm a little bit scared to see what I would learn about myself, but I think that's part of the fun of it. It was a Dark Urge move.
All right, so, Dark Urge. Tell me about him.
So, the Dark Urge...
Oh, hold on.
We're going
to do this.
Let's make one.
Let's make one.
Yeah.
All right, we got Nick on the screen. Chat, we're going to start involving you. We're going to create a character. We're going to create your own Dark Urge. So we're going to start up a vote, I guess. Community team, we got a vote. They're going to pick race and class.
Race and class.
Race and class. Nick is going to add in a little bit of touches. Alina's going to make sure that they look good. And then we're going to see what's going to happen to the Dark Urge. We're going to go slice of gameplay. In the meantime, we're going to talk about Karlach and then about Dark Urge. We haven't talked about
Karlach. We need to talk about Karlach.
We did. Let him first do his thing, Dark Urge. Okay, so let's talk about Karlach. You're going to talk about Karlach.
Yeah, you talk about Karlach.
Because you're not allowed to talk about Dark Urge.
Yeah.
All right.
So Karlach is brilliant. I love Karlach. She's born and raised in Baldur's Gate, and she got sold into slavery in the Hells, and she manages to break free. And then she's really angry about all that, and she wants to live, and she has an infernal engine for a heart, and it's getting hotter ever since she's left the Hells. So that might be a problem. And she wants to live the life that was taken from us.
We're going to call you Spoiler Crystal here. That was okay as in terms of spoilers go. So she's rapidly grown one of the favorite companions of our playtesters. I mean, is she a good character?
I think she's brilliant. Yeah, she's good. She wants to be in the world to make a good impact on it.
All right, okay. So she's a barbarian.
Yeah.
Right. So she rages a lot. She actually has a special rage, her own very special rage that she actually. What is it? Infernal rage, Nick? Tell us about that.
She goes all up in flames, actually.
She goes all up in flames.
She has a special effects for this.
Yeah. Right. So does that mean that if I have my wizard that's casting grease and I put Karlach in there, she's just going to go boom?
Let's find out.
Okay. So Karlach curses a lot. Is it like really a lot? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And she. All right. Well, maybe we'll see some gameplay with Karlach later on. switching to Dark Urge. So Karlach is an origin character, right? You can play as Karlach, you can recruit her as a companion. So in addition to, because who are our other good characters? We got Halsin, who's now also recruitable as a companion. You can't play him, but you can recruit him. You got Minsk, right? You got Jaheira.
Yeah.
Also, Jaheira's although is a little bit more neutral, I would imagine. Just because she's got her entire Harper background and so forth. So that basically tilts the balance in favor of the good characters. Do we have any extra evil characters?
I got you covered. Yeah, so Minthara, who many people have met in Act 1. Many people have killed her in Act 1, thank you very much. Some people have done other things with her in Act 1.
You're the writer of Minthara, right?
Well,
that's her character.
It's a team, but I like her. But there's a few things you can do in Minthara in Act 1. Most people choose the killing option. If you don't choose that, then you have to kill a whole lot of other people because she's not a very nice person. If you do that, then we decided that you deserve a reward. And in Act 2, you will be able to find Minthara and recruit her into the party.
And that's actually going to put you on a different permutation than the permutation you may have been on.
Very different.
Yeah,
very
indeed,
different.
Yeah. I love that moment. I think it's really, really cool. I really like the question that she asks also.
We won't say that
we will not talk about the question. All right, so Minthara, Halsin, Karlach, Jaheira, Minsk. These are all characters that were not in early access, Dark Urge, obviously. So these are all characters that players haven't had the chance to experience yet. And then we have the avatar point of view from all of the other companion characters, going from Lysel, Shadowheart, Will. We didn't talk about Will.
No.
Tell me about Will.
We've redone Will. Pretty much every line of dialogue's been rewritten. We changed his story a lot. We realized with Will that he had this incredibly compelling story. We weren't telling it as well as we could have done. So we did it again, because that's what we do.
What we do.
He goes in different directions much earlier in the game. Traditionally, with RPGs, people will tell you, oh, this character can go down 2 different paths. They do it as late as possible, because then there's less permutation. We did it at the beginning.
Oh, my God.
Will's a very complicated man.
He's got a really complicated story in terms of development. Yeah, for the player, it's very obvious. But the results of his choices are insane.
From the very beginning. So he has a pre-existing relationship with one of our origin characters, and he has a pre-existing relationship with the city of Baldur's Gate.
We can say what his relationship is.
Well, he wants to kill Karlach at the beginning of the game. So we made 2 origin characters who one is trying to kill the other one. So if you follow Will's original origin quest, you cut Karlach's head off.
It's true.
It's very sad.
It's a great scene also, actually. Well, I mean, with due apologies to the Karlach developers.
But you can also not do that with Will in the party, and then he goes down a very, very different route. He has his reasons for what he's doing. Karlach has their reasons for wanting to survive. They can become very good friends.
I can imagine.
It's true, most people do. And then there's the Dark Urge.
Yes.
So the Dark Urge, when you start playing straight away, you see this is a different character. This has narrator is talking to you and telling you these things that are going on in your head. You feel like a custom character because you created yourself. But very early on, just some of your gameplay interactions give you scenes that you've not seen before. So don't skip through things as Dark Urge. And then you have an entire storyline that starts to bubble up, and it's very great. It's great.
All right. So when you say Urge, I can imagine a lot of things. When you say Dark Urge, I can imagine even more things. So this particular character has an urge that is making them do things, but they can also resist it, right?
They can resist it. So we all sometimes have dark thoughts. We all sometimes have impulses that we think, oh God, I shouldn't, and maybe I should. And as a Dark Urge, you can or you can't. But sometimes it's going to be very difficult to resist. Sometimes you're going to say, this is really good fun. I'm going to lean into this. So I saw chat saying the murder hobo. It's not quite that simple, but it can be. You can play a murder hobo as anybody. Asterion can be a murder hobo, Shadowheart can. The Dark Urge is compelled. There are things inside the Dark Urge that are telling them, do bad things. It goes to places that I think we did a great job. I mean, I agree. It runs through the entire story.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's rapidly grown to be a favorite character of all people.
And importantly, it can be a villainous character like anybody else in the game. Any of these people can be villains, they can become heroes. The Dark Urge can as well.
Yeah, but with quite an interesting twist behind him. All right, Nick, are you kidding me?
The chat has spoken.
It's a white dragonborn and that's a monk.
And that's a monk. It's all the new stuff.
All the new stuff.
Makes a lot of sense.
Chat,
I
you're
brought the big
predictable, but we
surprise.
love you.
Thank you, chat.
All right. Okay, right. You're going to show us a small slice of Dark Urge because we don't want to spoil it for players.
Tiny.
Right? So really small, but this is at the beginning of the game, so it is a spoiler, but it's so at the beginning of the game that I think it's not that much of a spoiler. All right, go ahead.
Indeed. So I'm exploring the crash site. You've probably seen it in early access. And as Dark Urge, I've already recruited Shadowheart, and I've come across some goblin corpses. So of course I'm going to loot them. So let's loot them. Some stuff. I take it.
You drink in the pungent corpse. Since you awoke on the ship, your mind has been cold and empty, but something stirs. With your hands close to this body, you know nothing of why, but find a half smile flittering across your face.
Let the grin fall across your face or push the smile away. Are we fighting it, Sven?
We are not fighting it.
Never.
Look, I'm a lizard, right? So I can't even stop smiling. It's just...
This feels like home. There's something unknown and unspeakable deep within your heart.
All right.
All right.
All right, spooky.
Having some dark urges here.
Let's move on.
Let's move on. And here's another little thing that is a bit different from early access. This little portal. Why don't we click on it?
You approach the sigil on the stone. Magic glitters and swirls from it erratically, as if malfunctioning. It looks slightly dangerous.
Oh, dangerous. Yeah, I'm definitely touching it. Well.
A hand? Anyone?
So that's different already from what we had in early access, right? This is the recruitment scene of Gale. He used to jump out. Now suddenly we see a hand pop out.
Indeed.
All right.
And we have a few things we could do. We could ask, who are you? Or slap the hand away. But the unique thing for Dark Urge is to fantasize about hacking off the hand.
You're only thinking about it.
Hold
right,
on, give me
Nick?
2 seconds. I'm just checking what chat is doing. I can see
Chat,
what you're doing,
chat. I
chat.
see a lot of
I've never
ones,
seen
chat.
so many ones in my life.
I am not disappointed in chat.
It's like binary
No,
code.
it's all ones. All right, okay. So,
Someone has slap it. But...
all right.
Right, so what bad can just thinking about it do, right?
This branch of flesh is begging to be pruned, and its sap sucked from.
My mistress' eyelids! Stop! Cease, you loon! Ah! Ah!
As soon as the dreams cross the threshold of your imagination, you snap back to realize they have all come true.
You were supposed to lend a hand, not take one.
She glides through you. You were dazed on the Nautilord, but now you are truly awake. Alive.
So this can be a very lonely journey.
I like his hands-on approach, but...
Let's give Nick a hand.
All right.
Been sitting on this one.
Yeah.
All right, so this is a game where you can just kill your companions like that, and then you can just continue journey ahead. And so
There's more companions.
there's more companions.
Oh, well, what if all the companions die, Nick? What do I do then?
You can hire hirelings.
Aha.
If you run out. There's 12 more hirelings for your Dark Urges.
You can really fill that camp with corpses.
So that means you get one for every class, subclass, and then
Yes,
you can...
hirelings are just custom characters of each of the classes. In case you want to fill out your party or you want a party of all barbarians, let's say, you can go for that.
All right, excellent. And then you can respec them also, I guess. as you
Indeed,
go ahead.
you can respect them as well.
All right, excellent. I think you want to show us one last thing of Dark Urge, and then we'll just
Can
move
you
on.
just check your inventory, Nick?
Check my inventory.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at it.
There
Yes.
you go.
Yeah,
Trophy.
of course.
So it's what is this? To better go to sleep at night?
Well, to put under your cheek, I guess.
A memento of Gale.
I think I need to lay down, okay?
All right. Before you go to sleep, I would like you to show a little bit of camp clothes if you can.
Yes, so you will see that when you go to camp now, you're wearing something more comfortable than your metal armor. As you can see on Sven, it's not incredibly comfortable to
It's
sleep
new
on.
armor.
It is a new armor.
Look at me. All right. It's not a new armor.
Very loud.
It's a summer armor.
Very new, very loud
Yeah.
armor.
All right, anyway. Sorry.
Anyway, nobody can sleep in that. So you can sleep on something more comfortable, like these pants. Dragonborn would like to go shirtless, I suppose. These items are just clothing that you can equip. You can find more in the world. You can apply dyes to them as well. So you can customize how you look in camp. And if you really want to, you can also keep wearing it outside of camp as well with this little switch right here.
All right, cool. So everybody has camp clothes you can buy. You can go and shop.
Yes, you can go shop, you can buy them. All of the origins have a unique pair as well, which was a lot of work for the character team, I'm sure.
Yes, it was. Do you have my the thing I asked you, or do you not have it? My little
So many
cloak.
things.
My cloak.
Oh, no, I don't have a cloak.
It's okay. That's all right. Never mind.
Let's
All
show
right. I like that cloak. Anyway.
Cloaks are a thing, by the way. Cloaks were not there in early access.
Oh, yes, true.
We're going to have cloaks.
But we don't have one right now.
We'll show it.
All right. And,
Find a place.
And you can recolor all of it, but with dye.
You can apply colors to clips.
All right. Okay. Cool. All right. If we get there, we'll see how this stream goes. Make sure that we remember to put on some face paint also, because I really enjoy face painting. It's really.
We'll see.
Yeah. Anyway. Okay. So that's clothes. Let's go sleep.
Let's go sleep. I just do a partial rest.
As you writhe with sickly dreams, a deep dread floods you. Though you have a tadpole, you know your broken mind is not like the others who bear the worm. A few scraps of the past come back to you now and then, but you can never quite tell where the knowledge comes from. Inexplicable, violent yearnings overwhelm all other thoughts. Who could you possibly be to be their vessel?
All right.
Think upon your heritage. Is there truth hidden there?
The ancestral knowledge of your dragon clan is diluted amid the liquid hate in your blood. It must have been a very long time among your kind. When you try to think of a home, your mind twists itself back to indulge in the delights of the day. You recall waking up, hearing the pounding war drum of blood. How much you treasured the sight of the first corpse you took, the waggling stump you left of that wizard's arm.
Do we swear to resist? Or do we lean in?
No.
Lean in.
Lean deeper.
We'll let the players will resist anyway. We're going.
Imagining a broken,
Chat agrees.
twisted neck, and a thrill thinking of a intestine. As these images flood your mind, you fall soundly asleep like a babe in arms. Blood, 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 blood.
I think there's a message there. All right. Dark Urge. Let's give Nick a hand. Thank you very much, Nick. Dark Urge. Dark side of Baldur's Gate 3. There's many dark sides on it. Not for the meek of heart, just warning you. It goes very brutal. It can go very, very, very brutal when you play Dark Urge, but it's just the game living up to the choice and consequences of your choices. You can always resist, so whenever you go somewhere, it was your choice to go there. Let's jump to a lighter topic. We get a lot of questions about romance, relationships. How can you, what relationships can you evolve with your party members? The answer to that is quite a lot. We have a very broad spectrum of relationships, and we're going to talk a little bit about that right now. We got a video lined up for you, and then we'll have a little chat.
How do romances work in real life? You don't just do someone's quest. and say some nice things and then get a sex scene. When we've been developing romance scenes in Baldur's Gate 3, we've been trying to show two people genuinely struggling through a hard time and supporting one another. And you're not going to be the same person as you are in Act 1 as you are in Act 3. Neither is your partner. Your relationship is going to have to grow along with the game's story.
The relationships that you can have with party members in this game, it's a little bit like the relationships you have in your actual life. If you are going to be an asshole to them, then you can expect them to react to that kind of assholery that you've inflicted on them. If you're going to be good to them, then you have the opportunity to bond with them.
They can open up and share their stories. You can get closer, start relationships with some of them as well.
It can go the other way, so it's perfectly possible that you'll do something and one of your companions will say, no, I'm not going to adventure with you anymore. Or even, this is the point where I think it's necessary to just kill you, and then they will try to do that.
Sometimes it's actually better also to have an argument and challenge your partner about their way of thinking. Because if you just go along with what they want to do, you might end up getting sacrificed in an evil god's sex rite, you might end up getting turned into a vampire, or worst of all, you might even end up getting married. So watch out, but be yourself and don't treat the romance like it's just a quest.
Companion characters have the potential to grow and develop in interesting ways. And indeed, the thing that makes them, that often kind of incites that within them or can kind of nudge them along the journey or block them on that journey is you, the player. And it is very much you who is influencing how they develop and who they become.
My party members, they're not just following me blindly because I'm the person who's playing this game. They're following me by choice. And sometimes those choices result in them not fully trusting me. And I think that is such a satisfying experience.
Different quests are going to matter to different members of your party. So if you take a particular combination of companions versus on one playthrough versus a different combination on another playthrough, you're going to find that the party is interested in different quests, and then you're going to find yourself being pulled towards the different areas and different quests that matter to them. And I think in that sense, you're going to get a very different overall experience.
All right, so that was a little bit about romance. So let's talk a little bit about, because there was a lot of work that went into this and making this possible and catering to the broad spectrum of choices. Can you tell me what the typical day in the life of a romance writer is?
Oh, it's incredibly sexy. So people say, write what you know. We couldn't, because we went to places that we can't go to in real life. So some of the places you can go to. So in Shadowheart, in early access even, you can start to romance Shadowheart. She'll get tipsy with you, she'll get drunk, she starts to open up to you. That's often how my romances start. If you're a Styrian, then your romance might start by biting somebody and sucking their blood, and they may forgive you and they may say a little bit more. And that's how your romance starts. With other characters, it's different. So we wanted to give people emotional and physical breadth.
Yeah, okay. So we're going to have a little romance moment in the game.
Yeah.
We are having a problem, however, with the game. Apparently, our frame rate is not showing. We're running at 60 FPS over here stream, so I can show you with my mobile phone and I'll post a video. But apparently, it's not coming through. So do we have a solution for that already? All right, we'll just keep on chatting about romance until we have it, because nobody wants romance at 20
frames
FPS.
per second. Yeah, no, it's rough.
We do not want romance at 20 FPS. Well, oh no, I'm not. Let's not go there.
But yeah, so I think what we're looking at is a game in which the romance progresses, and in unexpected ways sometimes as well. Sometimes you get what you expect. It's often sex, and sometimes you get something very, very different. Some of these are very surprising. It's also important to say that the companion characters, most of them don't just have one path through the romance. They have different versions of the romance. They can break off a romance. Some of them will happily share romantic partners and have polyamory. Some of them won't. Some of them have very different endings to their romance depending on what happened to them during the game and how you treated them and what you did with them. So it's incredibly complex. It's not just one per character.
I know I've seen the dialogue trees that were behind it, so there's actually quite a lot of choice and consequence. And so is that all dependent then of like Shadowheart approves, Lysel disapproves?
It's not all dependent on that. Some of it is. So like if people don't approve of you and they don't like you very much, then no matter what you do, it's not going to work out too well. So that matters. The way you behave in the world matters. As Bo said, Bo is one of our designers, writers in the video. It's not do my quest for me and then I will have a romance with you. It's more complex than that. So if they approve of the things that you're doing, they'll start to trust you more and more. And then if you decide to pursue a romance with them, it might work out. And sometimes they'll pursue the romance with you. Sometimes they initiate it.
Okay, all right. Okay, good. I can see people working on the computers, so we're just going to give them a little bit more time so we can actually stream properly again. Crystal, you've worked on a lot of permutations in the game. You specifically have spent the last, 6 months of your life on the ending?
Pretty much, yep.
Something like that, right? So you, in the ending, in the permutations that you're catering for, how is romance accounted for? Is that something that you look at, or?
Yeah, it's something you have to look at, because if you didn't, it would feel really weird, right? If you have this really deep bond with a companion character and you get to this point where you have to make a key decision about how you want your story to end, what they think is going to matter to you. So those moments have to be factored in, and it means that in one of our final dialogues, we have 1,900 lines, and you will see 30 seconds to 2 minutes of that, and get a sense of what.
So a question I got a lot, we've done a lot of interviews in the last couple of days presenting the game to press and then to creators. The question we got a lot is doesn't it bother you that people don't see 99% of your content?
No, because they'll see their story, the one that they played that was true to the choices that they made all the way through, and if they really enjoyed it, they'll replay it, and then they'll try different things, and I think that'll be great. All
right, well, yeah, that's very true. So one last question on this. I think the tech problems are solved. Is that correct? Are our tech? All right, they think so, so we'll find out. I can be good. I can be evil. Can I be evil in a romance? Even if
Oh, yes.
Adam can.
All right.
Come on.
But that's going to be very different, because I'll have companions that'll leave me when I'm evil.
Well, maybe, yeah. Sometimes you can convince them to stay. You'll be surprised what you can get away with.
It's all at the roll of a dice, right?
Sometimes it's the roll of a dice, yeah. Romance sometimes is as well. The things that you can get away with and you can persuade people to do is pretty incredible. You have characters in this game that when you first meet them, you think, well, they're very sweet and nice, and there's no way in hell they'll follow me into the darkness. And if you play your cards right, they will follow you into the darkness, and then they will do terrible things in the darkness.
All right, okay, good. We've got the frame rate problem solved, I hope. So let's jump to the game. Crystal, you're going to give us a small stroll. Where are we? In the lower city?
Yep.
All right, and so we're going to have Karlak is currently your partner, and so you're going to have a little stroll down the streets and go find some of your friends over there, or at least Karlak's friends.
Yeah, so we've just entered basically at the beginning of the lower city. I see a little small person over there selling newspapers. Let's go check him out.
Hello? Does anyone want to buy a Gazette?
Not the best one, but I'll take a...
Thank you.
All right.
I'm hearing that we still have the FPS problem. Yeah, okay. All right. We're going to hold on to it. We'll hold on to it, and we'll do it maybe later. We're going to jump to a backup solution, which is going to be romance of a completely different degree than what we planned on showing right now. We can go to tech. Yeah, let's go to tech. All right. All right, chat. We are close to a backup solution for our streaming problem, for which we apologize. Obviously, not what we wanted. But while we are waiting for the tech guys to sort everything out, we decided we can do a live AMA. So ask us questions, and we'll answer your questions until they have figured it out. So that gives you like 5 minutes of exclusive access to us in terms of ask us anything.
Anything.
Anything. All right. Now we have to wait for the delay on the stream. And how many voices in total in the game? I assume that there's a question about player voices, so there's 8 in total. If it's a question about how much voice lines we have in the game, it's somebody's going to have to watch that chat, and now it's going way too fast. We're going to have...
yes, no, yes, no.
100... I think it's close to 190,000 lines recorded.
No, it's a lot. Yeah,
something like that.
I had the numbers in my head at some point. We killed our producer, so I don't know anymore.
Beginning of stream. It's worth putting that in context, actually, also, because we saw once we announced that we had like, 2.5 times full episodes of Game of Thrones in terms of content combined. Everybody assumed that you're just going to be watching like hours and hours of cinematics, but that's not true. It's just because there's so much choice and consequence and permutations in the game. It's very hard to transmit that on a stream like this. You'll find out for yourselves when you're going to be playing the game. But there's really a lot of possible stories to be had in Baldur's Gate 3. All right, what else do we have there? I can't see, they're going too fast. I can't read them, so if they don't... All right. Will we? Okay, so...
Does anyone here have a question?
Yeah, all right, go ahead.
Yeah.
All right, you get a mic.
Sorry,
right.
chat. There's too many of you, and you're too fast.
I'm sorry in advance because it's a terrible question, but it's a question you will have a lot of things to say about, so maybe it will help for the technical problem. Everything is political, even if gamers don't like that. And so with almost 200 hours of cinematic, you have written a lot of stories. And I was wondering, in the end, when you take a step back and look at every story you told in your game, what are the principal themes, the morals. What is the story you wanted to tell to people? What is the final message we have to take away from the game?
All right, we can do. You want me to do it?
I can do it. Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, first of all, I don't think it's a story we're telling to you. It's a story we're telling with you. That's really how we think of it. There's so many stories in this game. Some of them are incredibly dark, some of them are incredibly light, as I've already said. Some of them are funny, some of them are sad. Thematically, one of our cores is trust. It's why you can trust them, and why the world should trust you sometimes as well. And you can be somebody who is incredibly distrustful, and you can go fully down that path. You can be the most noble, virtuous person in the world. We let you do any of those things. But it is a collaborative story. You start playing the game, you're telling a story. We have our stories, you are going to interpret them, you're going to make your own versions of them. Our message, I mean, for me, it's have fun.
I agree. And there's 2 axes of team. This is what Adam just said, trust. That's about the party, gathering your fellows. Will they trust you, won't they trust you? But there's also a vertical axis, which is the one that propels you forward. You've got the monster that is growing inside of me. What am I going to do with that? What am I going to do with the fact that this monster is certainly starting to give me powers? Am I going to embrace them? Am I going to resist them? How far will I go with this? This game is going to go very, very far in offering you powers, and it will be up to you what you do with it. By the time you are in Baldur's Gate at the end of the game, you're going to be exploring the city. You will arrive there as somebody who used to be a wretch destined to become a monster, and now you are the last hope of the city. But you could be the last hope in a bad way or in a good way. You could say, this city is mine for the taking, or this is the city I'm going to save, and I'm ready to sacrifice everything for it. And so those 2 things you will find back in every single thing, going from the origin stories. Each origin story is about, what do I do? Do I resist the evil inside of me, or am I going to embrace it? And it's also about, like, things have happened to me in the past that caused me to distrust people. How am I going to deal with it? Will I trust somebody again? And then the player can obviously be the one that betrays it or goes for it. And like this, you get a lot of storytelling that's coming forth from it. So that's basically the core of BG3 and what we've always relied on as we were developing these hundreds of stories, thousands of stories, really. Yeah. Did that answer it? All right, go ahead. There's more questions in the audience. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for this fantastic panel. Before the questions, I'd just like to give a huge shout out to Twitch chat. We've got you on our phones and we're trying to answer as many questions as we can for you. My name's Josh. I'm a massive fan of Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. I have been since I was a kid. I've played the games my entire life and the name is legendary. The stories are mythical and Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 are some of the most respected RPGs of all time. Why do you think Baldur's Gate 3 is a worthy successor to this title?
Okay, I have many reasons. So we can just break them down one by one. So obviously times have moved on. We are 2023. I think the first Baldur's Gate was in '98, if I'm not mistaken. So back in the days, Baldur's Gate 1 embodied everything that Dungeons & Dragons was. It was the first game that really allowed you to play D&D in a video game. It had multiplayer, which was very advanced for its time already. It had a party that you were growing, definitely in Baldur's Gate 2. That was really a really big innovative step back in the days. We've done the same thing, but with 5th edition. We've taken all of the concepts that were pioneered there to a much further extent. The relationship building that you're going to be doing inside of the game, the party that you're going to gather, that has, you will find out when you're going to play, that has lots and lots more than what was possible back in the days, both in the fact that it's being told to you in a cinematic way, but not in just a linear cinematic way, but actually in a fully dynamic cinematic way that depends and reacts to all of the choices that you've made, all of the decisions that you've been making. And so that is, for me, was one of the core things that we wanted to put in a game that was about gather your party, which is what the catchphrase was of the original Baldur's Gate. The second thing is this game follows the structure of the original game. You start your adventure elsewhere. There's a big, strong call to action, and that takes you to the city. So we are basically following that same journey. You're going to have a strong call to action, which in this case is, I'm about to become a monster, and if I embrace that becoming a monster, I'm going to be a very powerful monster. I was, back in the days, you were a Baal spawn, and that was the same thing. I have this Lord of Murder that is guiding me, so I need to deal with that. What am I going to do with this? You could turn into the Slayer or not, and these were things that you were going to be interacting with. So there is that aspect. Back in the days, Baldur's Gate 1 was at the peak of what was possible visually. It was a beautiful world. It had a lot of adventure, lots of exploration to be had. You've been trying it out today. I don't know what your thoughts were, but the BG3 offers you the same things. It gives you plenty of adventure. It gives you plenty of opportunities, but it does more. What was not possible in the days were all of the systemic interactions that we put in there. In that sense, it goes further than what you had, and it should, because it has to innovate. BG1 was an incredible, innovative game. BG2 was an even more innovative game. I think BG3 is at the peak of what's possible in traditional and actual modern RPGs also. It brings you a game that marries systemics in which you're really, really free. It marries everything that's about exploration, adventuring, everything that's been done in the genre, it's all present in there. It marries storytelling in a narrative manner that reacts to the system, to the choices that it makes. It's a game that respects your identity in ways you cannot even imagine when you start playing, that you realize as you're going through it. And you can do it on your own or with a friend and multiplayer. And so all those things together, I think, puts BG3 at the forefront of RPGs, just like its predecessor back in the days. So, and maybe, and most importantly, when it comes to BG3, I think it's a game that is incredible, a lot of fun, just like the original games were. And it's going to give you a lot of replay value, and you're going to keep on replaying, you're going to keep on finding new things, and those things they're very hard to find in this type of game. And so those, for me, make it a worthy successor. So in the, it modernizes Dungeons & Dragons in a video game, puts it back at the forefront of where it belongs to be, allows you to play it in any way you want, be anybody that you want, and then actually get rewarded by true AAA cinematic storytelling at a scale that I don't think has actually been done. And you can do it with your friends. You can be watching in split screen 2 cinematics at the same time with different choices, deal with the consequences of what your friends have been doing. It's just really, really cool. Anyway, that was... Thank you. All right. I see the tech guys are still busy, so we continue our representation of Twitch now in the audience. Go ahead.
With all this in mind, how hard is going to be to pick your party members, your companions? You have been saying how many choices we have. Do we have to stick with them? Can we swap them on the go? Do we get punished for swapping them on the go? What about the ones that come later in the game? So if you can...
Okay.
Thanks.
I'll let you do it. I just talked a lot.
Yeah, so they can come with you, so is the short answer. We're not going to lock them out at a certain point. We're not going to say, hey, you've reached the city, you need to leave these people behind. They come with you. They stay at your camp. You can pull them out of camp and take them to do things in the city or elsewhere. You can put them back into camp. They won't always stay, but if they leave, it's because of something you did. It's because you annoyed them, you killed them, you were going away, you were not listening to them, you weren't doing the things they wanted you to do. So there are points where they'll leave, but they're narrative reasons that they leave. There's not a cutoff point for them. So some of them will be very insistent about the things they need to do in the world. It's based on their personality. Some of them are much more open. Some of them, they want to get to Baldur's Gate anyway, so that's where you're going, so they're going to come with you. There are some that, only two actually, that don't end up in the same party. Modders will make them in the same party very quickly. And that's for narrative reasons as well. But otherwise, the ones you find later in the game, they join your camp. You can swap them in, you can swap them out.
All right, okay. Good. How are we doing? I see games that have booted up. Does that mean that our tech problems are solved?
Okay. 59, I think is...
No. 2 minutes, 3 minutes. All right, it's time for some more questions then.
Yes, chat.
Okay,
you know.
Me or chat? You. Okay, so you talked a lot about character customization and how much you care about like the story that the player wants to tell being told, or like telling their story, allowing them to experience that. And especially about respecting the player's identity that they choose for themselves in the game. And I just wanted to ask what your favorite part about that is, because we had the wonderful opportunity to test it a bit as well, and you implemented so many different things, and I'm just curious which your favorite part is.
It's a really simple answer. It's always the latest one that's implemented. So. Right now, I love being a Dragonborn. I mean, I really dig being a Dragonborn. I haven't done a full playthrough as an orc yet, so I think I'm going to dig that too. So it's really my systemic developer's heart starts ticking, and the entire team knows that because I get very excited about it. Is whenever I get reactivity to having made a choice at character creation, and whenever I get reactivity. Whenever I get to a choice that I didn't expect the game to react to. And so when I was walking around as a gift druid, I was super excited because I had so much stuff. Like I called them out, I said like, guys, this is so fantastic. Like I didn't know you went this far. So that is really the bit, the reactivity that you get to your class and to where you come from. Those are the things that are probably my favorite bits at this point. Go ahead.
So you've shown us a lot of very horrible things today and in the past day. And because we're all bad people, we laugh at that. But we know from gaming that surprisingly people are good at heart, mostly. Like from Mass Effect, they all play Paragon. So what are you doing to actually make not just the dark urge, but also the player feel the temptation to give in to evil and be as horrible as you people apparently are?
We are giving you, we're tempting you. There's a lot of temptation. It's probably another team in the game would be temptation. There's a lot of temptation. You get all these superpowers if you're going to start embracing what the illithid inside of you is. And you can go very far in this, right? So you can go really, really far in that. So if you embrace it, it comes at a price. Price can be horrible. Price probably means that you don't have any friends. Price could be even mean. Well, I'm not gonna reveal this just yet. So it's temptation. It's literally, but that's what power is. Power corrupts. Why? Because it's so tempting, right? And then once you have it, you never want to give it up again. And because you don't want to give it up again, that's where the corruption begins, because there's things that might nag at it. And so that is present in here also. So the lure of power is the thing that's going to drag you into the evil side, or not. I mean, and it's not because you resist these things that you're not going to get power, but you're going to get it in a different way. You're going to get friends. You're going to end up with an entire army of allies that's going to be helping you when you're going to have to deal with the final evils. And that's going to be a different experience than if you walk there all alone, very powerful, but with no friends left, because you killed them all. Or you manipulated them, or you did other things to them. So it's really up to you. I think we're sorted out, Crystal. I think you can give it another go. I think we have frame rate back. Thank you, tech team.
All right, so we are back in the lower city with a group of friends. And we're going to take a little walk around. One of our friends is Karlak, who we're quite close to in this version. We bought a newspaper before, so let's have a read of that.
Hello? Does anyone want to buy a gazette? Thank you.
Would you like to tell us a little bit about the newspapers, then?
I will, yes, for sure. I like how you asked that. We've got a newspaper system in this city. It's going to react to your actions. It's going to talk about the stuff that you've been doing. What I really like about the newspaper is that you can manipulate it. So you can start, you can basically break into the printing house and you can start swapping stories around. There'll be a big surprise when you do that. And the game is going to react to that. The stuff that goes into the newspaper affects what the citizens of the city are going to think about you. So here it's early days because she's just arrived in the city. And to be fair, she cheated into the city. But just for the purposes of this particular representation. But yes, Baldur's Mouth, your one-stop news, stop for news thing, kind of thing. All right, Crystal, go ahead.
And that newspaper was in 60 frames per second.
I think we're actually approaching the Baldur's Mouth. So we're deep in the city, lots of things going on. As we're moving through the city, where are we? Here we are. You can see all these snippets of life around the area.
There's a lot of, maybe you want to talk about that actually. There's a lot of voice going on in the city.
There's a huge amount. I mean, I don't know how well you can hear it, but there's constant conversation. There's a hubbub. It feels like a real city, I hope. I mean, it does to us. It's a very busy place, so you'll hear people talking. Somebody actually asked me how hard was it to have the team write all these lines. Oh,
yeah.
I'm talking too much.
Sorry, no, it's okay. We're just going the wrong direction.
Oh, Chris, oh no. Then I'll
it's a big city, it's easy to get lost.
But somebody asked me how hard it was to fill the city with so much noise. And actually,
I was wrong.
It did a good job for us. It actually makes our job easier because if you listen to the people talking, they're actually reacting to events the same way the newspaper does. So they'll be talking about the things that have been happening. You'll hear these snippets that they help us to tell the story without you having to slow down, stop, and click on everyone. If you want to do that, you can. There's a lot of people to talk to in this city.
Including people that you might remember from Act 1.
That's Sorcerer's Sundries, right?
Yeah.
And so that's Arden over there. And so his story continues here and actually depends heavily on what you've done, what you did in Act 1. One of the things you're going to find when you're going to be in the game is that a lot of the things that you did during your journey end in the city and have an impact here. And it's insane how far that goes. There's really a lot of reactivity to it. We don't want to spoil a lot, so we're not showing it to you, but you'll discover when you go in there. All right, go ahead. We're going to go and find an old friend of Karlak, I think.
That looks like a familiar face over there.
Yeah.
Your son Karlak.
Well, I wouldn't start... okay, there you go.
Cliffgate? That can't possibly be you, can it?
Fitz! If you want a sight for sore eyes.
Can we cut for a second? We forgot to remove the debug context.
I heard you'd run off to Neverwinter, and that was what?
Everyone look at me.
Don't go back to it, or just go... hold on, I just realized that all our cine context is on the screen. So you don't want to see that, chat. I'm sorry. we had to rush and restart everything, so therefore, okay, we're good again. We can go back.
Good to you. I won't lie. They have.
Should we let them catch up?
Yeah.
Well, go on, girl. Tell me everything.
First thing first, you saw the news, didn't you? About Archduke Gortash.
Right? Oh, I'm sure the fox will make a great duke of the hen house.
I think you were the only thing that kept him a little honest. After you left, things got dark, fast. I got out while my soul was still intact. Started working for an arms merchant. Still in the trade, as you can see. Met my fella Gregor that way. Been together 8 years now. And Karlach, we've a little one on the way.
Fitz! That's incredible! Congratulations! Mum life, huh? You're going to be incredible.
God, I hope so. Even after all these years, it seemed to happen so fast. But now that you're back in town, you must come to ours. All of you. We'll have a good supper, catch up. You can meet Gregor. And the little one in a few months. Are the two of you together?
Uh-huh. Isn't he handsome?
Absolutely. You're well suited. I can tell just by looking at you. Pleasure to meet you, by the way.
I can't tell you how good it is to see you, Fitz. I'd love to come have dinner with you and Gregor. We're in the city on some urgent business, but can I come find you when it's all settled?
I'd love that. Meanwhile, if you're still in the business of intimidation, you should take a look at my stock.
All right. So Karlach is your partner here. I think you have to press space. Yeah.
Great to have you.
All right. Karlach is your partner here. I think she still wants to talk to you. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Whoop.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
Hope that wasn't a lie. I hope we do get to meet up with Fitz when this is all over. First step, save the city. Then, save myself. And last but not least, dinner with an old friend. What more could you ask for?
Right.
See, we're not always horrible, evil people.
There you go. So let's go to camp perhaps. And we're going to be sleeping on the docks because we didn't buy a room in the Elfsong Tavern yet, which we could have done. And you're going to go on a date, I think.
With haste.
Where's my beautiful tiefling? just check myself. Do I look all right? Yeah, pretty good.
Maybe it'll bring us closer.
Hey.
Well, you want me to drive?
No, that did not trigger what it was supposed to.
Oh, so it's true, actually. Oh, wow. All right. Well, that's a first. Okay, well, let's leave. We're going to have to go back to sleep. All right. Well, our technical difficulties have set us in the wrong save game, apparently, because they had to reboot the PC. And we wanted to show you... actually, it is...
Might be okay.
Oh, I think she's ready now.
I think she's ready now. And we're sorry about this. I mean, this
figured
is...
it out.
There we go.
She's figured it out.
What I want to do with you.
All right. I'm very obedient.
I want to go on a date. A first date. No weapons, no monsters, no mysterious voices. Just you and me and dinner. Please say yes.
I'd love to go out with you, Karlach.
Yes! Oh, amazing. Put me in these bloody tunic and meet you back here. Oh, I'm so excited!
Let's go!
Give me a beat to run ahead. I want to make sure everything's absolutely perfect. See you there.
That's how you go on a date.
Hi. Hi. You made it. You look nice.
Why, thank you, so do you.
Thank you. Baldurian seafood stew. No, thank you. What do you think you'll have?
What does chat want?
Just what I had in mind. Two of the rothe ribs, please. And 2 glasses of...
What do you think, chat? Wine?
Chat side.
Room says wine. All right.
And 2 glasses of wine.
Ah. Predictable.
So, you're an adventurer, right? How's that going?
Been around.
I know, but this is our first date, remember? Tonight, you're a mystery to me. Exactly. Anything you'd like to know about your enigmatic new paramour?
What do we reckon?
I don't know. You pick.
Secret!
Oh, that's easy. During year 2 of my fab's adventure in celibacy in Avernus, I once got so, pent up, I burnt down my field tent. Blamed it on an imp and never told a soul the truth. Beat that.
Yeah, I don't think I can.
We'll have to make some new secrets between us then. Here comes our food. Hey, Henk, I think we ordered the...
It's a bleeder.
worst guy I ever met. Anyway, how about a toast? Oh, shit! May we live every day like it's our last. Because you never know when your last will come.
Let's cut away there.
Oh, that was great.
Well, because we got a different. We're keeping it a secret for a purpose. So we have a bunch of people that saw this scene today, and so they really want to see what's going to come next. But we're going to keep it for their own stream, so we're not going to show it right now. However, we're not cruel either. We've got a other side of the spectrum when it comes to romance, and there we're not going to intervene. We're going to let chat fully decide, and we'll let you speak for chat what options you want to take. Adam is going to take the lead. Content warning, mature game, all right? Some of you might be uncomfortable about what's about to come. So children, including my own children, turn your eyes away, and your father is not at all involved in this. All right. So, and we picked for this particular scene 2 characters who have been super popular during early access. We've picked Astarion and Halsin. And so we're going to, things have evolved between them, all right? And so we're going to be, I believe, are we in Worms Crossing right now? Or
we're in the lower city.
We are in the lower city too, all
Yeah.
right? So a different place in the lower city.
So...
take it away, Adam. I'll tell you what.
Astarion's ready for action. So we're in the lower city. Halsin came all the way here. He's not a big fan of the city. But here is my big strapping paramour.
You wish to speak? Fine.
Wait. No. Halsin.
Your save game too?
No, it's fine, I think. I think he just wants to wait until nighttime. One last tease.
Oh, you came. I was concerned you might have had doubts. Or that this might have all been too soon.
It's up to you guys. 3.
Perhaps a little. Do you know how hard it's been for me to contain myself? I'm almost threatening to touch you. If I give in, I may not be able to stop until I've devoured you.
4?
Well, hold on. We'll give chat a chance. We'll see where they want to go.
1. I've seen a lot of ones.
A lot of ones. Yeah, I see 1 is the dominant number.
It's going to be 1.
Nevertheless, I will be gentle. Or at least, I'll try. Just as nature intended. Come here to me. Forgive me, I lost the run of myself. Sometimes, if blood runs hot enough, it's difficult to tame the beast.
So we're all about choice and consequence, Larian.
I think they want to leave.
Okay.
I see a lot of 2s. No, 1. 1, for sure.
It's 1. Don't apologize. I like it.
You like it? Are you certain? It will...
Look, I mean, at this point, it's not our responsibility anymore.
Yeah, no,
It's
you
clearly-
did this.
We have given them every single opportunity.
I mean, it's still me pressing the button. So.
All right. Woo. Well, I'd like to say that we didn't expect this particular path. Yeah. We actually did expect that one. So that was when we said spectrum, we meant it. There's a very wide spectrum. There's much more for you to discover. We don't want to spoil a lot. There's lots of moments of tenderness. There's lots of moments of silliness. There's lots of moments of fun to be had when you're going to be playing BG3. Now comes the hardest part of the evening for me. I got to transition from this to combat. Okay, so combat is really cool, but it's really hard after this one to transition. So what?
Phrasing.
So what we're gonna do is we are going to have our two best players in the company. We're going to get them take place.
Who are they?
And in the meantime, well, it's you, the two of you. And we're going to have them play in multiplayer, because obviously BG3 is also a multiplayer game. You can play in multiplayer with up to 4 friends. You can play in split screen, so that basically means that the two couples can play together if you want. Or obviously you can always play alone. The game always works, the stories always work, everything weaves into one another. If you want to play 4 origin characters, you can. You want to play 4 custom characters, you can. If you want to, courtesy of one of our producers who came up with the idea, if you want to be the master of a necromancer resurrected army, followed by plenty of zombies, so 4 necromancers, you can do that in multiplayer. It's crazy, the stuff that the game allows you to do. So, we're gonna introduce Matt, while the two of you take place. Matt, can you come over, please? So we have a little chat about combat. Matt, you've been doing combat for us for a long time.
Quite a long time.
Yeah, and so you've created many legendary copies, memorable combats in our games, actually. Currently, you've been doing the end fight. That consumed you also for another 6 months, I think. It's really huge. But before we talk about combat, I wanted to talk about something which is actually the very first choice you make in the game. Well, no, the first choice is actually, do you want to have the modesty filter on, yes or no? The second choice that you make is what difficulty mode do you want to play at? So tell us a little bit about the difficulty modes that we're going to ship with.
Yeah, absolutely. So the first difficulty mode is balanced. That's the one all you guys in early access will have already been playing on. It's just the default mode for someone who wants a bit of challenge, but not too much challenge, who still wants to see and enjoy the story. Then next up, we have Explorer mode. For those of you who aren't quite as interested in being challenged in the combats, just want to see the story, get on with it, that's the difficulty mode for you. And then finally, we got Tactician. I think a lot of people in the audience here, a lot of people on Twitch are looking forward to that one the most. That's our hard mode. That's the one that's really going to challenge you in the combats and even outside of the combats in some ways. Yeah.
And so, can you tell us a little bit what does Tactician mean? Like, what does that do to the game when you play in Tactician mode? Because it's not as simple as just like the HP has been buffed up, right?
Yeah, so we kind of have it in 2 layers. So there's the base layer that all the characters in the game are going to get. So that is the basics, like just increasing HP, making it easy for them to hit you. And then there's the local layer. So we've gone through every single combat in our game, and we've added in little bits of spice to make that combat shine just a little bit hotter and be that much harder.
Okay, so I want to follow up on that, but maybe first, like, what is the philosophy of combat in our game? Because our combat is not just something I just drop a couple of guys and I see what happens. There's a lot of engineering that goes into the creation of every single encounter that you're going to have. Is it about 300 or something like that?
Oh, I've long since forgotten the number of combats in this game. But yes, every single combat, we don't place characters idly. We have a philosophy around making each combat encounter a puzzle. And, well, puzzles are only solvable with the tools that you have. And what's so exciting about working in RPGs is every single party is going to have a different tool set to solve the puzzle with. It makes it very difficult to design sometimes, but a lot of fun in the end.
So can you give us an example, like, of a simple puzzle? Like, just what is, like, the basic puzzle?
Yeah, so a puzzle can be as simple as you've got a big bugbear standing in front of your party, and behind him on a roof is a goblin shooting down behind them. You got to figure out how to neutralize the goblin so he can't shoot you while dealing with the bugbear.
All right, so that means that if I have a, I don't know, I mean like a party, let's say the monk, we just introduced the monk. What does the monk do when they are trying to deal with this particular puzzle?
Yeah, so this is what I was talking about with having different tools to solve puzzles. So the monk is very cool because they have a passive called deflect missiles. So when a missile comes in, so an arrow from that goblin, you can actually deflect it back at them with a bit of luck. And take them out by yourself. So you don't actually need to care about that goblin as much. You're more worried about the bugbear.
Yeah. I don't know why you just don't throw fireball, but I mean, that's just me most likely. Same battle, you just described it. Now I'm going into tactician mode. What changes?
Aha. So the fun thing about Tactician is we have so many different vectors to pull on to make the combat more engaging, more difficult, and to really enhance that puzzle. For example, we could put another roof and put a goblin on top of that roof. So now you have 2 goblins shooting down at you and you got to deal with the bugbear. Or maybe we give the bugbear a grenade and now he's able to do big explosions on you. Or we give the goblin in the back a fire arrow. Now he's going to blow things up. Or maybe we put some explosive barrels around you and you got to watch out for those.
It's not for me. But I know it's for you, and I know it's for this team also. So you are going to be playing in normal mode first, in balance mode, and then we're going to switch to tactician mode just to see what the delta is on this particular combat. However, before we going to do that, I believe we have a little clip that introduces the monk, because the two of you are going to be playing as a monk, the new class that has been introduced to BG3. So let's have let's have a look at that video and then jump to gameplay with these two star players.
Was so good.
Yeah, I know.
Monks in D&D are inspired by the monastic traditions of Tibet. You will be basically a kung fu specialist.
We looked at a monk and said, like, what are the key visions for a monk? Like, what do we want the monk to be? And we broke that down again and started describing, okay, so subclasses we want to bring into, we've got Way of the Open Hand, we've got Way of Four Elements, and we have the Way of the Shadows, and each of those subclasses is very distinct in the way it interprets what a monk means.
The open hand monk, that's just the classic Kung Fu movies archetype, where one person and with two fists and two legs can knock down the whole room full of enemies. The other one is Four Elements. They basically can cast spells. And the last one is Shadow Monk.
It's the ultimate ninja. We wanted players to kind of see that, so we've given Shadow Monk this brand new ability called Shadow Strike, where from the shadows you can instantly teleport to an enemy, blast them for a good amount of psychic damage, and your melee weapon or punches, because you want to encourage both.
All right, so I gotta say, I would never in my life play a monk. No. This is my job. All right, and so I've been playing with it. I actually enjoyed it. So I got to say kudos to the combat team and the systems design team, because it was actually quite a lot of fun. And I heard a lot of people here and yesterday and the event that we organized to get first hands on the game. A lot of people actually enjoyed playing as a monk, so which is almost impossible. So it's so that's actually quite good. And look at that, we have an actual monk standing there.
Hello.
All right, and he's going to show us. What are you?
I'm the shadow. I'm Way of Shadow, so I'm the ninja monk, the coolest one. Yeah, and I know this so well, I didn't even listen to Matt, because I know exactly what I'm doing.
Okay, so whose move is it?
Oh, it's my move. So first thing I'm going to do is, so you may know this combat from early access. It doesn't have to be a combat like anything else, but you walk in here, these goblins ambush you. If you're a martial class, then sometimes you get pinned down by them in the middle there, but monks are really fast. So we've managed to dash up on the roof already, and I'm going to deal with them. So flurry of punches, which looks badass, and that's one down already. And then I'm also going to show some Dragonborn stuff, and I'm going to burn this one with my breath.
Oh yeah, because that's a racial trait that you get as a Dragonborn.
So,
yeah, okay.
So this is a spellcaster Buyag, so I'm going to stay close to him, so I get an attack of opportunity on him, and I'm going to throw across to Alina.
All right. Well, I'm an elemental monk, I suppose, right?
Yeah.
Something like that. I'm
you have absolutely no idea what you're doing, right?
Clearly. Yeah, I've been, just introduced to the monk class today. But anyhow, I'm gonna try to deal with two goblins on my side of the roof, and we're gonna try to blow them both away. And, well, we succeeded at one, right? So that's good enough.
That's better than I would.
Right.
It's not good enough. Oh. That's fine. I'm okay. So this guy should try and run away from me, I'm hoping. Oh, there's another one down there, but that's fine. We can deal with all of these. So the good thing about the monk is the speed is what I love, because it's my favorite class now, genuinely. And one of the things I like about it is the speed, because you can close on enemies really quickly. You can do hit and run tactics. So while everybody else is prepping spells and doing all that stuff, and you run and you punch someone, you get back into the shadows again. It's great. Now, I don't need to be super complicated about this. Matt promises me that it's going to get much more difficult on Tactician. But right now, we should be fine. So fine that I'm confident enough that sorry, I dashed. Oh, that's okay, yeah. So I'm going to get down here, and then I can jump through here, beat this guy up. We've won. Ignore the scream. As all as intended. All ninjas scream. This is what they do.
All right, I'm gonna dash with my... Oh, did I dash, actually? Oh, I guess I did. I don't know. Yeah, that's it. Almost got this one. Goblin.
I can see the hands of the masters in action.
It's impressive, right?
You want to put them in tactician mode?
Yeah. I mean, they've got it under control.
We've done this in tactician mode half a time.
Listen,
And,
my mode is a story mode, so.
Wait, what? No, but so I can get up here, and I get this one cornered. These little ranged guys, it's just fun to beat up on them. So I do have other abilities, but I don't need them right now. I can cast darkness as a Shadow Monk, so I can blind this guy. I've got silence, so I can create a sphere of silence around myself. Useful for dealing with magic users. I've only got 2 hit points, I just noticed. That's not ideal.
All right. Let's finish this one off, and we'll, I guess, go help Adam.
I don't need...
Looks like you're handling it, though.
We're handling it very well. I mean, the mobility is great because you get these little archers, and I mean, it's a goblin, so this is deflect missiles, so hopefully you can send this straight back at him. How cool is that?
All right, that's pretty cool.
And then I will finish this one off, and that was a little bit too far. You finish this one off.
All right.
It's fine. I wanted to handle this on our own because I'm the master, and you need to you teach not by example but by.
What does it do to you, Matt, to see this in action?
He's thrilled.
You know what? I see a master like this teaching a young Padawan how to improve. It's very beautiful.
Oh, I'm happy that it makes you happy.
Okay, let's go tactician then.
Yeah, let's reload and see you do the same thing in tactician.
They're only goblins.
Who's the host?
I guess me, yeah.
Yeah. Helping down character tutorial. I don't know why that came up.
All right. Let's find out.
But the thing is that I would have been helped back onto my feet. It would have all been fine. It's.
Well, we see how you do on this one, Adam. So this is one of the ones that I was talking about before. We've given it a pretty cool treatment for tactician mode. So not only will all the goblins now have fire arrows, I've added a few little spicy explosive surprises all around.
I'm still not listening to him. It's fine. We're going to be absolutely fine.
And can you... Yeah, go. I'm sorry for interrupting you. I just wanted to, because there's something that he didn't mention and I thought it was really cool. Tactician mode is not only your little spies, the AI is also cranked up, right?
That's true, yes.
Yeah, can you tell me a bit of the things while these guys are trying to go through it? Well, maybe you should keep an eye on it. Before don't move, Adam. Hold that move. Tell me about brutal AI.
All right, so brutal AI, we want to make it feel like you're going against a DM that's, trying to push you to your limits. So this is going to manifest in ways like attacking your more squishy characters. So going back to the bugbear and the archer, maybe the archer's going to try to pick off Gale because he's in the back and squishy. And some really smart characters might even start targeting you for your concentration spells, trying to break those off.
Wait a minute, I always play as a wizard, so this has consequences.
Oh, just don't use concentration spells, you'll be fine.
So if I do like, I don't know, give me an example of...
Let's say...
Cloud of Daggers.
Cloud of Daggers. That's the one. Thank you. I was trying to figure it out.
Okay.
Cloud of Daggers requires concentration. Put it in front of a bad guy, right?
Yeah, so you expect the big bad guy to walk through it?
As it goes in video games.
Yeah, maybe the goblin's going to try to shoot your guy concentrating on the Cloud of Daggers.
Instead of what their closest target would be, or the target that would have a higher chance for them to hit.
Yeah.
That's going to shoot at my mage.
Potentially, yes. Mm-hmm. So you got to be really careful and really smart about how you position your characters, how you're going to protect those characters in the back, and keep those concentration spells up.
Right. You need to know the rule set also when you're playing a tactician, right? So because you really need to start getting every single advantage that you can, because otherwise you're going to get obliterated. I've noticed among playtesters, and so I'm addressing the audience directly here, because I know you're all badass, and I know you're all going to play on tactician because you just can handle it, and then you're going to start crying, and then you're going to say the game is bad. It's not our fault. It's you. All right, so
him.
Right, you just go back to balance. That's how it's intended to be. If you go to tactician, you got to know what you're doing, because otherwise you really do get creamed. All right, this is I speak from experience. These two are going to demonstrate it. Can we see you in action on tactician? I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Yeah.
That's
You're able to change the difficulty on the fly. Right.
True. Also, yeah.
Here, so we switched it to tactician, and I guess, shall we? You go first, Adam.
Okay. I don't know why they're laughing. So...
Get over there! Surround them like!
We don't need to listen to them. Attack.
Looks like we're spotted, lads.
So we got the initiative, which is great. So, you see, before we snuck up on the roof, we got up onto the roof. It worked out well, but this time I'm actually going to go here. I'm going to take this one out first. I should be pretty sheltered from those guys here. And I'm going to use my silence over on these ones.
That's actually quite smart. I think it's...
You said that like it was really unexpected.
He's a master, Sven.
I am too far away to do it, which makes it less smart. So I'm going to make darkness over here so that anyone who comes down here is going to have difficulty shooting me.
You look good with a few arrows.
I always look good. Like this.
Oh! That's what you meant with the...
Explosive surprise. Yeah.
So the barrel wasn't there before.
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh. Sven?
I assume you're applauding that I'm still standing.
Hold on. I got an ID. Can you pick up your controller?
Yes.
She's now taking her controller and she's switching to controller mode. She's still dead, doesn't help the situation. However, we have the Master of Combat sitting right here.
I thought that was me.
The second Master of Combat. And he is going to demonstrate how well he knows this game by making all the difference. Matt Holland, with a round of applause, please pick up the second controller. And switch to split screen. All right, so tell us what's going on, Matt.
So we are now playing in local split-screen combat here, and player 3 has entered the game. So unlike these guys, I have decided to get ahead of the game. I didn't go in right away. I decided to sneak up behind the goblins. See, they're in combat, but the goblins haven't noticed me yet, so I get the opportunity to get a cheeky little shot off here. Actually, you know what? Let's do some dragon breath. See how they like that.
It seems your actions have earned you an enemy.
They didn't like that very much.
You weren't an enemy actually yet.
Yeah, they didn't know him.
Yeah. Cool.
And because I used my action to do the breath, I only have my bonus action left, but that's all right, because now I get to punch it. We like punching here. All right, that's one down, and I'll end my turn.
Maybe you want to guide Adam?
What?
Just accept advice from the master when it's your turn?
I'm dead.
Yeah, me too.
Are you?
Yeah. We're just
Oh,
lying
we're
there.
very dead.
You're
Yeah,
all
yeah,
dead.
yeah.
I can't see it from here.
I didn't even
Usually
get
we
to do
survive for
anything.
two
I just walked in there.
Did I too?
They got me too.
No, Adam did something. You pressed the darkness.
Fine, faster.
You gonna solo this? Oh yeah, our sound. We lost our sound.
The sound of my silencing skills as I accidentally loot a corpse. All right. I don't know. This looks a bit dicey, even for the second master. But I'm gonna go in.
Are you telling me you're gonna die?
That was the classic
no
ninja
promises.
move again.
And I'm gonna try to kite them here and end my turn. See, that guy's really angry. He just wants to arrest me. Oh. That guy just summoned a warg on top of me.
Is that part of the spice that you added, the warg?
That is a bit of extra spice we added. And as much as I do like spice in my game, this one might be a bit spicy for just my little monk here.
Well, you can still help us, but I can't promise you would do any good.
I don't think I can. You're both dead.
Yeah. Oh, did we die for real? Oh,
yeah,
okay. Oh no.
Whenever you want to say it's that you admit defeat, Matt, it's fine. Eh?
I clearly have to go and learn from Sensei here.
All right. Okay, give it up for Matt Holland and team on combat. I gotta say, I'm actually really happy that this happened to them because they're always laughing at me. You're going off script. Why are you going off script? Why is it always going wrong? La, la, la.
We never do that.
I'll get my tactician mode. I added a little bit of spice. All right, we're gonna switch topics. Crystal, if you could come back. We are going to talk about story and cinematics. We're gonna talk about... we're gonna look at something that I think is, for Larian as a whole, this has been an incredible step up. With DOS 2, we made a reasonably good game. Which was a lot of fun. But what it didn't have was immersive storytelling in the sense that you couldn't see it. You could only imagine it because it was just text and subtitles. And so as we started on BG3, we want to make it all cinematic. We said we want to make a cinematic game, but we don't want to compromise. We want to keep all of the branching that we had before, but we want to tell it now in a visual story, in a cinematic way. And so we didn't know what the fuck we were doing. To be honest. But we knew a couple of guys and that turned out to be really, really good at their jobs. And so they started an entire cinematic department within our company. I'm talking about Chris Voss and Jason Latino. And they built up an incredible cinematics pipe, which has delivered 176 hours of cinematics, which is insane. It's insane. And everybody says, oh, it's just dialogue. But hey, go ahead and try it. It's not just dialogue. There's a lot of more than just dialogue. There's so much in the game. You've seen some scenes already today. You just barely scratched the surface of what we have to offer in BG3. You're never going to see it all. It's not going to be impossible unless you dedicate the rest of your lives to playing this game, which I would not recommend. But you're going to see a lot of cool stuff. Let's have a look at what they have to say for themselves. Video?
Well, this is the first time that Larian's really engaged with cinematic content, especially at this level of fidelity and this quality. So all of this had to be built sort of custom. It was sometimes difficult, sometimes challenging, but ultimately we ended up with something that we're really happy with.
It's stunning, honestly. Like the amount of work and care that went into this, you can just feel it in every second. When you're engrossed in the story, that feeling is still underlying everything. It's a foundation of what they poured into this game, and I can't wait to see the whole thing. I love how it blends cinematic feel and playing D&D feel.
We aim to capture that feeling of an epic adventure, and we want to translate that into a rich visual experience for players. Animation-wise, being able to bring all these creatures to life with all their little mannerisms, their little behaviors, for the players to see that, it adds a whole new level to the experience.
The thing that makes Baldur's Gate enjoyable and like a D&D experience is these really diverse cast of characters that you could have join on your adventure.
Fans of D&D who are familiar with the lore and fans of the previous series will be familiar with iconic locations such as Elfson Tavern, the Worm's Crossing, and obviously Baldur's Gate itself.
From the start, we wanted to really capture the feeling of being around the table. So the main challenge was usually scope. And that is something that our cinematics team and our writing team had to deal with, the huge scope of all of the possibilities that whatever you can do.
It feels like a modern evolution, sort of a faithful glow up of the original.
So the scope of the story majorly grows as you go further and further into Act 2 and then Act 3 eventually. So what you have seen in Act 1 is only a glimpse of how the story begins.
One of the big conversations that we have is making sure that we're reinforcing what the player has done along their journey and what they have yet to do and where their possible effects could be.
The amount of mocap and VO that we had to shoot to sort of cover all those different permutations, it is a large task, but ultimately I think it's going to be like such fan service and give people the play and the reaction that they expect based on their choices.
What the player will be fighting against, obviously all of the classic and fun Dungeons & Dragons characters that we could really cook up. You know, everything you can imagine. And then we also have our main antagonists like Gortash, Orin, we have Ketheric as well.
Orin is one of the most fascinating people that I've ever had the chance to work on. She is relentless. She is just a law unto herself. Her perception of the world and her position in it is truly terrifying in a lot of ways. Everything about her has been informed by this utter admiration for this horrendous deity that she worships.
Obviously, if you align with them, and if you actually choose, I wouldn't say the evil path, because the game is very nuanced, right? But if you do, go along with some of them or some of the choices, you'll have them on your side.
Shall we be allies?
You like these characters when you shouldn't like them.
People ask, how much variety is there in a playthrough in Baldur's Gate 3? How long is it? How many different ways can it go? Well, if you just blitz through it, it probably takes a minimum of 80 hours. If you make any kind of distractions whatsoever, if you get involved in the game and start to flesh out your own experience, it can run many times that in length.
Every time that you come back into the game, there's a new path to discover. Like, everything is super non-linear in the story. There's so many different consequences. There's a huge amount of variety and replayability as well, I would say.
It's hard to quantify the amount of story in Baldur's Gate 3, but we have rough estimates. There is a lot of cinematic animation that results in being roughly 3 times the length of the Game of Thrones television series. Word count, there is approximately 1.9 million words being spoken or written.
It took me 2 weeks just to get through Act 1, talking to everybody and having all of these adventures on the side and finding every last person I could talk to and exhausting their dialogue tree and then moving on.
They recombine based upon the choices that you make and that the characters react to in ways that make them feel much deeper than superficial.
The more we progressed the project and the more cinematics were introduced and the camera kept getting closer, the more and more people feel immersed into their character, into the world.
The way we make sure that the immersion of the player would be consistent between gameplay and cinematic is how the lighting encodes the character where he is. If he has bad thought, the lighting can react and become darker. And if he's actually happy and overjoyed, you can see a reaction as well.
The music fully resonates the adventures of the players throughout the story, but in general I'd say that it goes in a very deeper and darker direction. And one of the things that I personally like quite a lot is that the music is fully reflecting the changes in the world, which can happen as a result of the player's decision and actions.
Heed your call. A new chapter begins.
We have such a holistic approach to everything. We are just inundating the player with all of this feedback and all of these rich visuals and rich sound and rich music that we just give them this total experience right from the first step into the game. I mean, I think people are just going to be shocked and amazed by the level of quality and the level of realness that we provided them.
The ambition just grew and grew bigger, and it was never about where's the limit, but how to push that limit.
All right. So, it is a thing of beauty. It's absolutely incredible. We have so many talented people in our team that contributed to this. It's obviously not only your cinematics team, it's all the teams that contributed to creating this amazing, amazing experience that you're about to experience for yourselves. It is, I just keep on watching and discovering new stuff, and it's just mind-boggling how it even works. It's just insane. That said, what is your favorite moment in the game?
I can't spoil it, unfortunately, but I can tell you a bit about it. So my favorite moment in the game involves one of our villains, and it's a big cinematic moment. It's a thing that you build to, and the reason that it's my favorite moment in the game is that I remember when the words first came onto my screen. Somebody had written this scene. It was fantastic. We worked on it for a little while, and that was it. It was in the game. It was there, and you could click it, and you could see the text on the screen. And then the cinematics team got their hands on it, and suddenly it was something different. And then the artists, they made the models for these villains, and suddenly it was something different. And then Bobby, who I think is in the room, put the music behind it, and yeah, I mean, and the people performed the voices, and the people performed the motion capture, and the script has made it all work, and the engine behind it, and all of these things come together, and I remember seeing those sentences on the screen. And then it was that, and yeah.
All right, what about you?
It's also difficult to talk about. But one of the companion endings. I'm not going to mention
I know
it.
what you're talking about.
But my God, I remember, same as you're describing, I read it in words and I was like, wow, this is really good writing. And then it got turned into a cinematic, and now I want to cry every time I see it.
I know. And I remember the cinematic artist because we have this channel on Slack where we post things. And they were saying like, I've been postponing this because I didn't want to work on it because it's so heart-wrenching. And then they showed what they made and it was fantastic. It was really, really good. Yeah, no, true work of passion. Big, broad game. Maybe to close the topic of cinematics, adventure in this enormous world, because we haven't talked actually even about the size of the world, the things you can do, the secrets behind the secrets, how it all works, how you can always apply your systemics to whatever you encounter. When we set 174 hours of cinematics, Game of Thrones, Lord of the Rings, what we're really saying is about choice.
Yeah. So we're not expecting you to watch 174 hours of cinematics back to back. I think our longest cinematic, they're not even that long. Our cutscenes are not these epic long things. Some of them are intense and they go on for a while, but you're not going to be sitting there for Kojima time, you know? It's not like that. And you're usually going to be having choices throughout them. How you approach them makes them different. So it's not this incredibly long sequence. You're playing in between them. You're having conversations between you, having combats in between them. And as Sven said before, no compromise. And this was the thing. It's like, if we're going to make this game cinematic, then that cannot get in the way of the things that we know we're already good at. It had to be, we're also going to be brilliant at this. And I mean, it's incredible. And you know from what we said earlier, like if you play this game as Asterion as an origin, you're going to see cinematics that you'll never see if you don't play as Asterion as an origin. That's true for all of them.
Yeah. It's very true, and you're right to quote no compromise, because that was literally the approach. It took us 6 years to make this game. It's longer than we wanted to. We actually thought we were going to ship a couple of years ago, so things happened. The world obviously changed, but it's also a bigger challenge than we expected. But we didn't compromise. We grew our team way more than we thought that we were going to grow when we started on this game. We did that for the same reason. We didn't want to compromise on the vision for this game, because it was, as somebody in the audience said, too important of a game for it to be compromised. And we didn't want to go down that route. We wanted to be really something that was worthy of the name, worthy of the legacy of Dungeons and Dragons, which is so important to so many people all across the world, that has changed so many lives. So we've did our best. I mean, you're about to see what our best looks like, but we did what we could, and we put everything we had inside our team at it. And I think you will find that our team is at the top of their craft right now. They are very, very skilled. They have really so much talent, and you're about to discover what that means when you have a team that diverse as ours, put their hearts and souls into a game like Baldur's Gate 3. Thank you. All right, I am coming to the end of the panel from hell, but not quite the end. So we're going to do a couple of things. Adam and I are going to go on a little bananas playthrough. These things never go the way that we want them to go. So we're going to do the full outro here, and then we'll see what's going to happen, because we're going to take some creative risks, as they say. So what we're going to do is we're going to spoil a bit of the game also. So that's another reason not to watch the rest of the show if you don't want to be spoiled. But what we're going to do is we're going to show you a section of Act 2. And we are going to show you from two different perspectives. I'm going to be the good guy. He's going to be the bad guy. And we will have made choices that have led us there, that have led us to this particular moment. And you're going to see the same situation from two different perspectives. You're going to see what happens when you do things in a good manner, and you're going to encounter the exact same situation, but from a completely different perspective, as if the camera was on top. And then Adam, in this particular case, the camera will be at the bottom, and he's going to go and approach that same situation, same characters, in a completely different manner. This is not something that's unique for that particular situation, something you're going to find across the game. It's one of the reasons why we have so much permutations in there. We wanted to show it to you because we actually don't know how to sell our game in terms of the breadth and the depth that it has, so we're trying everything we can in showing you, like, hey, try that. But you're, it'll speak for itself. It will have... a bit of spoilers. And then after that, we're going to spoil even more because Nick really wanted to express something about himself that he's been guarding for himself the entire development time. So we're going to discover Nick's deepest secret after that in gameplay. We're going to switch to our PCs right now. I got to go to my outro, but I think I've said everything I had to say, other than there's a few hundred collector's editions left, and that will be the last of them. So I got to show the collector's edition. I think we're showing the collector's edition, or somebody's showing the collector's edition. There it is. There is the collector's. The last couple of hundreds of collector's editions. They are. It's also the first time we're actually showing the final thing. All right, so they're going to be shipping. They might probably not be in time for the actual release because we moved the release date forward, but they are done. They're ready. And I'm going to need a volunteer. Do you want to be the volunteer unboxing it? All right, go ahead and just unbox that thing. I'm just going to watch and tell people what you're going to discover. In the meantime, we are going to move on to our PCs and set ourselves up. All right? All right. Crystal?
Hi.
I need to pass. Thank you.
Always, everything
All right.
always goes perfectly.
I got this. I've been opening boxes my whole life. All right. We have. It's now the envelope. See what's inside here.
There's now only 99 left.
Lovely map.
Nick.
Hey, it's the very first one. We have some lovely character sheets. Where's the Larian? I'll find him. He's here. They open up inside. Some lovely stickers. Yell if you need me to hurry up, huh? Oh, this is wonderful. This is incredible. Give you a quick glimpse inside, just a little bit. The city itself. Flip real slowly.
So I need to remake my save.
Okay, right. So starting from page 1. Some more Larian. There's a lot of pages. All right, I'm going to leave you to find out the rest. We have some card packs. Oops, sorry. Okay. Oh, there's something big in here. It's really big.
It's a tadpole.
Oh. Look, it's ginormous. I do the little things. There's some build-up.
That's metallic dice, right?
Yeah.
It's really heavy or not?
Yeah. Oop.
That's why you're waiting, Crystal.
Huh?
Before you do that. Apparently, we were banned on TikTok because of the bear scene.
I think I've just broken it. Wait, I'm gonna assemble it. Oh no!
There's no cops here, right?
I'm not good at the assemblage. Hang on. I think you're going to bash it. There you go. There you go. There we go.
All right.
I think.
Fortunately, they're literally almost all sold out. We had a few hundred. We had 1,000 reserved, and so I'm not going to name, and that for some reason didn't materialize. So suddenly we have 1,000 left. So there's.
Actually, I'm going to leave this guy.
And what a coincidence! Yeah, indeed. But there's only a few hundreds left now, so they went really fast. What am I doing?
There we go.
I'm doing these.
I'll leave that guy out.
All right. What can go wrong?
The dice? 5.
That's promising. All right. Adam?
Yeah?
I have, while the stream was going on, I remade my save game using cheats. I think I did.
I didn't need to.
I know, you were better prepared than I was. But people have been using this PC to rehearse, so my things were gone, which is fine. I trust the game. So we'll see if that trust is warranted. So we're going to get started with the last part. So we did the official outro. This was the official goodbye. Thank you, chat. You were fantastic. Thank you, audience. You were fantastic. We're going to go now in the after show. The after show, which is going to be a bit of gameplay. It's really cool. It is very spoilery. You're going to meet one of the bad guys in the game. You're going to see those different perspectives, and then we're going to arguably see a very fucked up person. And then we're going to end. That's pretty much the summary of it.
Yeah.
All right, okay. Goed, we can cut to me. We're already cut to me. I am Dark Urge, and I have just discovered this little hamlet inside a place called the Shadow-Cursed Lands. What came before? I was sent here. I finished early access, and they said you need to travel to Moonrise Towers, because in Moonrise Towers you're going to find the secret that is responsible for what's happening inside of your head and the powers behind it. So I ventured to Moonrise Towers, and I could take two routes. I could go through the Underdark, which is one adventure that you could do in early access, and then there's more to come after that. Or I could go through a mountain pass. Very few people in the audience have managed actually to get to the mountain pass. Some of them went there very fast, got their asses kicked, as they should, and then they took a different route, and then they got their asses kicked too, as they should. And so they found out that maybe it's worthwhile getting to that next level from time to time. But they were brave, and they almost got into the Shadow-Cursed Lands. Well, actually, no, somebody got into the Shadow-Cursed Lands, right? And then encountered what that means. Shadow-Cursed Lands, which is what we call Act 2, for real, is it's a step up. It is Act 1 was your tutorial. You learned how the systems work. You learned how many things connect with each other. From Act 2 onwards, we start challenging you. We start saying, hey, you are now a character, you're level 5, level 6, you know what you're doing. Let's throw a couple of new challenges at you. And the Shadow Curse is one of them. I'm not going to tell you how to deal with it. I'm not going to be that spoilery. But anyway, we managed to struggle through it. At least I managed to struggle through it, coming through the Underdark, while Adam will have taken the Overland route for reasons which he's about to explain. And I encountered this group of people who've managed to protect themselves in a small enclave in the center of the Shadow-Cursed Lands. And so I'm going to go and ask them, who am I? Who the hell are you? I don't have any sound.
Do you have sound?
Can we have sound? Is there supposed to be sound?
Come.
Ah, there we go.
Jahira.
I'm gonna tell her I am magic incarnate because I'm a sorcerer and these vines will not hold me.
They'll last long enough.
Magic incarnate. This is why we're here, you see. It is a curious creature that hides all manner of secrets. But if there's one thing that we know, it's that it knows its own kind. You should never have come here, true soul.
I could rage against it, but I'm just going to say I'm not a true soul. I want to be friends with you, Jaheira. I read about you. You're so cool.
Stop! Hold on, Jaheira. I think I know this one.
His eyes meet yours. There's no recognition there. Just a sick intensity as his voice reverberates in your mind.
If you want to survive this, then trust me. One true soul to another. He's infected. Aye. But he's not with the cultists. Helped me fight them off a while back, in fact.
Is this true?
Interesting. Because I made my save game on the fly. I'm off script again. There's some people in the audience that yesterday saw a version of this scene, and they saw a completely different version. There were other people here that came to save me. Now I am in a more difficult spot because I will have to, well, I have to lie, but this guy obviously infiltrated her camp. Then again, I'm Dark Urge, so I don't really care. So I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna say, yep, it's true.
How is that possible?
The tadpole is afraid of me.
I've met no sorcerer that powerful. Met many. Now speak plain. How do you have control?
Fine, I'll show her the artifact. The artifact is a spoiler which is responsible for my protection. You see, my companions really don't approve of this.
What in the hell is that thing?
I'm gonna tell her everything I know, so that way.
Congratulations. You've earned yourself the benefit of the doubt. Hear me, Harpers. All clear. At ease. I'll not pretend to understand what that artifact is. But I'm old and wise enough to recognize a sliver of hope when it crawls out of the dark. Tell me, why have you come here?
I want a cure for my parasites.
Then our interests align. We must all cure ourselves of the entire cult of the Absolute. There's food in the inn over there. Beds too if you require rest. Aloe oil in the cupboard in case the vines gave you a rash. Settle in. Then come join me for a drink. You may just be the godsend we've been praying for.
All right.
There's more where that came from.
So this place can come in multiple configurations, depending on which party I have, what composition, what decisions I made. In this particular case, it's an interesting one because we got this traitor in there.
Red meat. Now, that's a different matter. Rare seed.
Seems to be a problem with the sound, because I noticed a desync, but okay. We'll just live through it.
Don't wander far. Please, be welcome. Have a drink. To your very good health.
You perceive inviting hints of cedarwood and blackberry. Nothing out of the ordinary.
I assure you it's quite safe. Bottoms up.
You can see that my party is fairly distrustful and they don't approve of anything that's distrust. That's because they're on an evil path right now.
Well over a century old, and yet it hasn't lost a hint of flavor. Still not quite so sure about. People tend to lose more than just flavor when illithids get their hands on them. I speak from experience. There's an air about you. Something Alien, answer me true and do not lie. The parasite is changing you, isn't it?
It's trying to win me over, but I'm resisting its
And
temptations.
you're certain you will continue to resist?
We'll see.
Look around you. Good men, good women, stranded here, 2 feet in the grave. If we're to survive, I have no choice but to trust you. Can I?
Not really. I am the Dark Urge. You can trust me.
Good. Because I'll cross your heart myself if you break it. I have every reason to trust. I've traced people like you. People with parasites in their brains. All the way here from Baldur's Gate. The cult of the Absolute is spreading through the city. Quietly, quickly, and with unsettling deliberation. We tracked them to this ancient village, only to be faced with a man we killed and buried over a century ago.
Well, maybe you should have hit him harder.
Believe me, he was well and truly dead. I locked his corpse in the Thorn Mausoleum myself. He was a Sharan once. Took to building an army of dark justiciars beneath this very village. Alongside the local druids, we made it our business to see him deposed, dead and buried. But he's returned. Not only does General Ketheric Thorn live again, it seems he is no longer mortal. He has become, in fact, invincible.
Oh, the sound is completely gone now.
Commanding an army of the Absolute, intent on destroying Baldur's Gate. I put an arrow through his eye myself, only to watch him pluck it out like a splinter. He healed right in me and chased us into the shadows. Things looked hopeless, but experience has taught me that no matter how bleak things look, there's always hope. You are that hope.
All right. Well, really? Yeah.
I do. Protected by your artifact, you can infiltrate his forces at Moonrise Towers, posing as a true soul. Find out what it is that makes him invincible, so we can strip him of his advantage. Once Ketheric is without his shield, the sword, together we assault his tower and put a final end to this blight.
All right, all right.
Without a cure for your infection, your days are numbered too. Yet you selflessly offer to spend them fighting alongside us. I like you. I promise I will do everything I can to make sure you survive this. Any cure starts with understanding the disease. Whatever magic Ketheric's using to control these tadpoles, it must be at Moonrise.
All right, well.
Before you go, there's somebody else you should meet. You're not our only secret weapon. Isabel, a faithful cleric of Selûne, and a light in the darkness. She cast the moon shield at run. It's the only reason we're still alive. She's upstairs in her chambers. Tell her I sent you, and she'll see you through the shadows safely.
All right. So I'm gonna go. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna just go away and try to deal with it on my own because that's how I play. And I'm gonna pick up a quest from these guys, and then we will see what's gonna happen with that. Meanwhile, I think we can already cut to Adam. I'll pick up my quest and I'll go put myself in position. All right?
Okay, we switch over.
This is no ordinary darkness. It feels powerful and familiar. These lands have been blessed by Lady Shah. You must learn more about her presence here.
Are you the true soul?
So I came through Act 1 in a very different way. So Sven mentioned I didn't go through the Underdark. I came by the mountain pass, which is where Lysel's gift crashes that she talks about a lot. And more importantly, you see my second option here, I was sent by Minthara. So I actually sided with the Absolute. I went along with them. I massacred the Druid Grove in Act 1. Halsin's gone, sorry, no burst for you. And, and now I've arrived. I've arrived through a different route. I'm also playing as Shadowheart, so Shadowheart is my avatar. She's my origin character. And she feels resonance with this land, and I've got a little greeting here.
Oh, bless the Absolute. I couldn't take standing out here much longer. Grab a torch, stay out of the dark, and move fast. The shadows have eyes. Go on.
Now, I'm not going to grab a torch because I'm Shadowheart, and I am one with Lady Shah. So I think I can probably navigate this curse without help. You'd also notice I'm alone. Got a lot of trophies of companions in my pockets. You see the Shadow Curse lands, it's incredibly bleak. There's color, there's these blooms spotted around the place.
I can feel her.
And there's chasms everywhere. It's a very, very sinister place. But I've got friends here. And my friends aren't sheltering. They belong here.
Hey, boy, you want the bone? Fetch!
I'm just going to observe.
You see that blighter go? Swallowed whole by the Shadow Curse. Bet it was pure tasty. You're the true soul we're taking to Moonrise, I'm guessing.
I am. I was sent here by Minthara.
Right you are. Go through and talk to Kansif. He's been waiting.
I will, but I didn't like what he did to the hyena, so he can go get the bone.
Wait, you're joking, yeah?
As you all know by now, I don't
ready
make
to
jokes.
Go. You just need to tell Kansif inside.
I'm a cleric of Shah. This is Sharon Lands. I'm going to tell him that I'll strike him down with the power of the divine.
So you want me to... I mean, I'll just go and... No! No!
Shadowheart approves.
True soul. An honor. Did you bring the lyre?
I did. Minthara gave me a lyre. She told me that playing this would summon a guide through the darkness.
Then pluck a tune, and our guide will come scuttling.
Now, I'm a cleric, not a bard, but... it'll be fine. Beautiful. Oh.
Fire mistress, what are they doing to it? Greetings, in the Absolute's name. You have been charged with guiding us. New flesh, my queen. But who are they? Best introduce yourself. Perhaps you'll listen to a true soul.
So, I think these are far more interesting friends than the Harpers. And I'm gonna see if he will take me to Moonrise, as I was told.
And you, what are you? Apart from a torturer of liars. More faithful of the Absolute. She needs a guide to the tower, same as us.
Your minds connect, and you hear a whispered voice. The Absolute, or just the echoes of his fractured mind reverberating in the dark.
A true soul. You have more worshippers every day, Majesty. Yes, she'll do nicely.
So we could ask him some more questions, of course, but I'm just actually going to follow him. I'm going to go along with him.
Very well. Gather the flock. Bless us again, Majesty. Shine your light. Protect us. Come, follow and stay close. Do not leave the light. Do not feed the shadows.
You heard him. Move out!
So now we're traveling through these Shadowcurse lands. As I said to you, Shadowheart doesn't need protection here. These guys do. That's why they got the torches. Torches will protect you unless you go too deep. Shadowcurse gets more dangerous the deeper you go.
We should stay in the light. As they want to become shadows.
So we're going to stay with him. You can see this border here. This is from this lantern that he's carrying. And that's what's actually protecting us. I do want to loot this outhouse, but I'm not going to. It's too risky.
They must keep up. The shadows are hungry.
And this is a pretty vast place, the Shadowcurse lands. But I've got a guide, so we'll get to Moonrise. Never good when you fail a perception roll.
Patience. Majesty, you bless us with patience. Wait. Something's wrong, Majesty.
Who's there? Show yourself! Harper's attack! Kill the cultists and get that lantern! Heretics! Villains in the dark!
These Harpers are clearly enemies of the Absolute. They could be worthwhile allies. But defend the guide and you may preserve your cover as a true soul.
So I'm going to switch back to Sven now while I decide what to do here. When you come back, you'll see what I did. You can make a guess. But you see, I started on this route, so I've gone this more evil route. I'm with the Dryder, but I still can switch sides. I'm not locked into this route. I can go with the Harpers now. They don't know who I am yet. I'd have to explain myself, but we'll see where Sven is. So I am...
To your church every day, my queen. Your followers are legion.
Go. We'll wait for your signal.
Your faithful stand ready, Majesty. Soon we march. Soon the world will bow to you.
Here, we're boss. Something moved up there. Want me to drag it out?
All right, so I went with the Harpers. We went on a mission. We want to steal the mechanic that the evil guys are using to traverse the Shadowlands because we can't get closer to the Moonrise Towers. So I'm going to use my tadpole, trying to convince them that I am a true soul. So clear your throat to make yourself known. Knowing that I have the full power of the Harpers behind me.
What's this?
The Dryder's eyes cut through the darkness, locking on you as your parasite squirms with excitement. Your minds connect, and you hear a voice whispering to you. The Absolute, or just the echoes of his fractured mind reverberating in the darkness.
One of your true souls, my queen. How have they survived?
All right, I'm going to say that the Absolute protected me.
You bless them too, my queen. Where is their lantern?
I'm going to say the Absolute guided me to you. I got +4, +3, so I should be good. I'm going to add a bonus with another guidance roll. I think I'll manage. All right.
Majesty, is this true? Did I not serve you well? Very well. If it is your will, we can have it!
All right, so I'm going to be a little bit more evil than that. I'm going to tell him, you may go now.
What do you mean, go?
We can't go without you. The shadows will tear us to pieces.
This is not Her Majesty's will.
I think it is. No, there, you carry the blessing of the Absolute. I'm a sorcerer. You'll be safe. I think I should manage. With all of that stuff.
If it is Her Majesty's will.
You can't be serious. You know what's out there.
If it is Her Majesty's will, then we shall walk! She will protect us. She must.
Majesty! Please!
I'd never believe it if I hadn't just seen it. Nicely done. Now let's see what we've got here.
All right, let's go and have a look at that moon lantern.
Ahead.
One less light in the darkness.
The lantern gives off a chilly glow, protecting all in its vicinity from the surrounding shadows.
Incredible magic. I can feel the light lifting the shadows, even those within me.
Oops.
We expect no less.
You notice a tiny pixie trapped within. These fey creatures are infamous for their trickery, sometimes playful, sometimes malicious.
Oh, please! Oh, golly me, oh my! You must release me or I'll die. This lantern only lights the way when I am hurting night and day.
All right, what are we going to do? Release it? Use it? I'll let chat decide. So what is it, releasing it? I hear more releases than I hear ignoring, so we're gonna... It looks like releasing it.
Finally! Been trapped in that coffin with no one but a Mad Rider and my own farts for company. Did me a good turn there, didn't you? What do I owe you?
This is a Dark Urge moment. Beautiful thing it would be to end the life in these first moments of freedom, which is like really... I do, but I'm going to refuse. I'm going to ask for help, because I need to show you something.
Will I? Yeah, sure, why not? Here, give this bell a shake. Speak the magic words and you'll get what you've earned. Protection from the shadow curse. What more could a dingus want? You're welcome.
And off she goes. All right, so, Adam, will you...
Yeah, you want to see how I'm getting on?
To see some interesting things. Almost makes the mortal peril worth it.
So if we move back to me now, I will show you Shadowheart's continuing adventures. Can we come back to my screen?
Oh. I was heading out.
Thank you very much. So I'm not going to show you the fight, but the Driders are now mincemeat. Sorry, the Harpers. The Driders absolutely fine, don't worry about him. And by the way, I always say this at this point, but I'm the bad guy here, apparently. Because I think the Drider's quite a sweet fellow. So we have actually arrived at Moonrise Towers after slaughtering those Driders. Harpers, sorry.
New meat Drider.
Oh, the Queen said them. Her Majesty's flesh grows full and glorious.
Helped us with some harpers on the way too. They're shadow bait now.
Move.
His thoughts seek yours, searching, grasping. Your parasite squirms in recognition.
Disciple Zarel's in the Great Hall. She'll be wanting to see you. You, head on in.
The others will go in, but I will go up. My queen summons me to her chapel to be in her presence. I hear you, sweet majesty. I am coming, my queen.
Okay, so I can now get inside Moonrise Towers. This is the headquarters of the Cult of the Absolute, as far as we're aware. That's what we've been told. Now, Minthara sent me here, you remember. Minthara in Act 1 is actually looking for something specific. I'm not going to go into too many spoilers, but she didn't find it, even though we helped her. So we massacred all those people at the Grove. We didn't actually find what we were looking for. So as we enter Moonrise Towers, if I talk to all these people, this is a full hub. There's traders here, there's quest givers, there's all kinds of little stories going on. But these are people who are flocking to the call of the Absolute. They've either already signed up or they want to sign up. But we're going to go into the main hall. We're going to meet our good friend and lover, Minthara. And we're going to meet General Ketheric Thorm.
I will not be slandered! General, you saw my reports. You know it's not my fault.
The facts suggest otherwise. You were ordered to retrieve the artifact. You failed to do so.
If I had been given drow warriors instead of goblin trash!
Oi! What? You scrag!
Enough!
A blast of mental energy washes over you, filling the room. Your tadpole squirms, urging you to obey.
Let me make sure I understand this. You're claiming that General Thorm gave you the wrong soldiers?
Yes. No!
You blame the Absolute's Chosen for your failure?
Of course it is not the General's fault.
Whose then?
So, I'm not going to ask chat here because I really don't want Minthara to get executed, so I'm going to try and mentally influence Rel to show mercy. When it's just luck, I'm pretty good at the game.
Zarel's mind is a steel trap, but you cautiously ease your way in. You just need to shift her focus a little.
I'm being unkind. Anyone might have struggled with such imperfect tools. Goblins are prone to failure.
Yes. It's the goblins' fault. They failed you, General. Not me.
General?
Take Minthara below. Someone will have to consider her fate.
No! Please! Mercy! Please!
Bye-bye, princess.
And the goblins, General?
You, true soul. You have seen what these creatures are capable of, and you have seen their inadequacies, isn't that so? What is your judgment?
We did as we were told. We're loyal to the Absolute. Tell him!
Enough! True soul, tell the General how the goblins served our cause.
Well, I did see the horrors they committed in the Absolute's name. I committed those horrors alongside them, so I'm going to pick two.
Thank you. It's good to be appreciated.
I'm sure they were very enthusiastic, but zeal without efficacy is for children, not servants. We're too close to the ending and the new beginning. I can coddle failure no longer. Kill them quickly.
What? No! You creaking old bag of shit!
sorry, my lord. She's an unbeliever outside my control.
Try again. Dispose of the rest as you see fit. Or better yet, put that true soul to use. You have far more important matters to attend to. Or have you forgotten?
Of course not. Thank you. You heard the General. The goblins are yours. Deal with them however you wish.
I'm going to enjoy this.
Do. Have fun. Here in the seat of the Absolute's power, your authority over them is complete. They will obey any command. Report to me upstairs when you're done.
Yeah, you ain't gonna do anything drastic, are ya? We've been nothing but loyal.
I'm going to do something very drastic, chat. We're going to do 1 or 2. We're not going to do 3 or 4 because that's not the kind of person I am right now.
Oh.
Wow. Yeah? It's guts.
No, please.
So now I am in Moonrise Towers. I've established myself as a true soul. I've met Ketheric Thorm. Disciples Rel wants me to report to her, but my friend Minthara was dragged downstairs. I'm not going to show you anymore, too many spoilers, but I could go downstairs. I could try and rescue Minthara. I could go upstairs, see what other jobs they've got for me. I could start exploring. I could go massacre Jaheira, which would be fun, but I'm going to leave it here. And I'm going to pass back over to Sven to see if he's made any progress. Looks like he has.
Things are less exciting over here. I'm like, where the fuck is Moonrise Towers? All right, so I'm just traveling in the shadow curse lands. I'm just exploring, encountering the history of what happened here, the entire history of how Ketheric Thorm became who he was, everything that was hinted at in the Underdark. I'm uncovering more, and I found this place, and it turns out to be a hospital. All right.
Here to see the doctor? Are we poorly? Are we desperately poorly? Or not so well, but well enough to wait. Your line, and you will be seen.
All right. So I need to see the doctor right now.
Yes, but all must wait. The doctor's hands are full.
Sounds familiar.
Your line, you will be seen.
Oh, I'm going to do my deception because that's clearly my forte. Oh, I can even add friends on top of it, but I think this should be sufficient. Didn't need all of it.
Oh, an answer to our prayers. Down to the theater. Be swift, be saved.
All right, so let's go to the theater for the final bit of Act 2 that we're going to show you for today. I'm going to do the really stupid thing. I'll just go say hi. So something's happening here.
The objective of the Scalpel Sisters is to soothe. For the scalpel indeed is an extension of
Something went wrong. Yeah.
See how the patient reacts when
I'm sorry. Something went wrong. I can't do that because I'm going to show something that I don't want to show. All right. So I'm gonna have to go to the main menu. My version has been suffering. I don't know if the sound, because my sound was very off-synced. I don't know if that came through. So we're not gonna end on this finale. I'm really sorry. But I mean, as you could see, we had to reset midstream, and that caused some technical difficulties. From which we didn't 100% recover, unfortunately. With that all said, I hope you enjoyed it despite the technical difficulties. This is gonna be goodbye for now, because we need to know what just exactly happened. Nonetheless, there's a lot of stuff for you to discover in the game. I hope you are going to enjoy it when it releases in a month from now. Yeah, I mean,
I got it.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, go for it.
Give me 1 second, and yeah.
All right, well, Adam's gonna do what we wanted to end on.
Yeah, so 2 minutes while I get it up on here, but yeah.
Yeah, I clearly was on the doomed version.
Yeah, you were on the doomed one, yeah. So what would have happened at this point is I potentially would have got some quests within Moonrise from my new evil friends. They would send me back out into the Shadowcast lands. I'm not going to tell you why they would do that, but I would end up going back out there. Again, remember, I'm playing Shadowheart here. This is my lady's land. So if we switch to me now, we should... Actually, don't switch to me just yet. Nothing is happening. Ignore the man behind the screen.
We're certainly not improvising.
No. Never have, never will. Okay, that's absolutely fine. Nothing to see here. So here I am, and if we could get sound as well. I'm going to get past. So I can convince her to let me pass because I'm a cleric, and I tell her I'm a healer. And you can see the hospital has seen better times, as the Shadow Curse lands in general have.
The objective of the Scalpel Sisters is to soothe. For the Scalpel indeed is an extension of Shah. See how the patient reacts when I would stroke the right nerve. Hear its comfort, hear the very melody of mercy. Pray, sister, show us the extent of your beneficence. Stop. Stay your hand, for it slaps where it should stroke. We can hardly hear the patient's sighs of solace. Perhaps it is our unexpected audience that makes you quiver. Come, step forward. I can see the love of Shah darken your eyes. Be welcome.
So he recognizes that I'm a Sharon, and...
Not altered, sister. Elevated. Come. Tell me, what is the guiding principle of the goddess?
I'm not going to let chat vote. I know my dogma.
Precisely. Absence. No other word captures the heart of Shah so very perfectly. It is the scalpel-led journey that leads from pain to peace. See? What is the light of eyes but the cancer that causes one to witness the laceration of being? If light is the symptom, then darkness is the cure. For in light there is presence, but in darkness there is absence.
In light is presence, in darkness, absence.
But you, look how the succor of Shah eludes even you. One who walks faithfully in her shadow. See how painfully present you remain. We do not wish to see you suffer so. Let us cure you.
Well, it doesn't seem like a great idea to be cured by this guy, so I'm gonna say I don't think the sisters are ready. I did it. I think I'm okay. I should have inspiration. Yeah, I've been gathering up inspiration as I played. So fingers crossed. I will add my bonus as well. Yeah.
Their incisions are, as yet, still straight with imprecision. That much I must confess. How to steady their hands, I wonder.
So, you've got a choice here. You can either pick number one, tell them to practice on a better subject, or we can have them practice on each other. One or two. One. Chat's very two. It's two. Chat's saying two. Now, this one's pretty tough. And, oh no. So like everyone else in BG3, if I fail this, then it's not the end of the game. I can fight this guy. We don't know what'll happen if I fail, but if worst comes to worst, I can fight him. Worst may be coming to worst.
Look at that one.
Where are your harpers now? Yes!
Yes, for are we not all in need of a cure? The scalpel does not discriminate. Let each and every one of you partake in its soothing journey. Absent sisters, acquaint yourselves. It is a proud moment when one sees one's teachings so lovingly taken to heart. You are to be commended for their graduation, rewarded with the promised cure. Come, I will acquaint you with the lady's dark-fingered embrace.
Okay, so I got rid of his minions. We're gonna try to get rid of him as well. Yes. What? No! Last one.
How much did you give yourself?
4. I earned this. So, inspiration is shared by the party. All the party members I killed earned this for me. Oh, wait. Yeah. This is better for you, because this is a lot of fun / horrible.
Your diligence is exemplary. Very well. Your own scalpel you will be. Observe, then succeed me into the succor of Shah.
Well done, Adam. Congratulations on saving the day. All right. We're really going to end it now. We wanted to show you one last bit, but I mean, given that we've been having our technical issues, we're not going to try them out anymore. So we hope you enjoyed it. You just saw Adam defeat with a dice roll a boss. That's not the only boss that you're going to be able to defeat with a dice roll. When we started this project, we said trust the dice. We meant it. Go for the dice. If they fail, you'll have a fine adventure. Go with a the dice, if they succeed, as you can see, you're going to have a fine adventure also. And there's a lot of adventure to be had and a lot of, really, really cool stuff to be discovered for you. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, chat. We're going to go back to our dev caves to finish the game. We still have a month of development left. And then we'll see you on the 3rd of August when Baldur's Gate 3 will finally be available for all of you to play. Remember, you buy it in early access, you get access to that digital collector's edition. These things are probably sold out by now. Maybe there's a few. I would still try, but I guess they're going to be sold out. Yeah, have fun and have a great rest of the day. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Ever glimpse what you're about to see. But don't be alarmed. I'm here with you. Now, open your eyes.
Chosen one.
Alright, y'all, there we have it. This looks like it's going to be an absolutely huge and amazing game. I apologize again for the fuzzy quality. I checked a couple different streams and everything looked just as bad as what I had here. What I'm going to do is that I will rip this panel from hell. I will re-upload it again later today so that way we'll have it in better quality. I did not see anything at all about cross-platform play, so I don't know if it's going to be there or not. I simply don't know. Well, I will see y'all later. I need to take Mrs. Bot some lunch, and then I have to take Minibot to pick up her first paycheck from work, and I'll be streaming this later on. Thank y'all again very much. I appreciate each and every one of y'all. Have a good one, and bye-bye.